For osteoporosis, yeah. I mean, in theory, yes, if I reduce my pain and my metabolic syndrome, should. That's really cool. That's And then the other is for the short weight loss. I feel like a lot of times,
It's one of the things
and thyroid.
You don't need that. This is.
Yeah. From how I tell you. But this it really was easy. I must admit. And I've set it up now to where we can print to it. But I think that printer needs to go someplace.
You know what? I'll come there. Little brother. After I download pages.
Oh, I converted it into a PDF.
I tried.
I did mine.
I tried.
But yeah, it's surprising that this works now. It's not working right because the cables that we ordered from Amazon, they sent the wrong ones. And so I'm going to try to go out and get those as soon as we end today. If I can get it, I want to run it off that big computer so we get a steady stream. It's a little bit, see, it's, I mean, you saw it. It's a little delayed. It's not too bad. Well, it's like,
Okay, what am I doing?
let's,
Dr. Rowan, did she just run you off? Did she say, why don't y'all skedaddle? That is rude.
You know that
That is
she
taking
only,
rude.
she only
Hey,
knows
Karen.
she only knows that word because she's from Missouri. Otherwise, she would.
Arkansas.
It's good. What?
Oh, but
Yeah.
you're talking about the live stream? Yes.
Not
I
California.
will send it out to you.
Hey, what are you fixing to do?
Fix it. Fix it. That's a word. I'm gonna do it.
You're fixing to leave, right?
I know, right? Pulling
But you don't.
one in the middle is
Okay, are we ready to get started? Lunch is over. Ding, 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 the bell. Okay, Lance, if anybody that's presenting, Dr. Herbert, if you've got something that you want to put up on the screen, you need to email it to Ron so he can have it prepared for you. So everybody that's speaking today, tomorrow, Sunday, please send your presentation to Ron so that he can, have it ready for you for the projector. So now, everybody, have a good time visiting. If you only knew how happy, those that know me well, know what makes my heart happy is to see people connecting with one another. Makes me very, very happy. So I'm glad that you get to meet new friends. Everybody kind of met each other a little bit. Yes, good. Good. Some of you already knew each other, but I want us to make new friends and help each other. It's what I love about the group that NPE has put together is that we're all in here to try to help each other, and that's what it's all about. This next topic is going into IV, deep diving into the ingredients in the IVs and the J codes. So I want to talk very, very specific first about J codes. So J codes, there's a big, huge question mark by, right? When you've got a J3490, and it's an unspecified code, you're automatically, which we've told you guys this from the beginning, but I want to really drive it home because now we've seen some letters coming back from insurance companies. And I really want to talk specifically about unspecified code. When you fill out an unspecified code, no matter what it is, that J whatever, or a 95999, any kind of code that's unspecified, be very much 100% aware that they're going to ask you, what does it mean? Because it's unspecified, the insurance company is automatically going to say, hey, wait a minute, there's an unspecified code, we need to find out what it is. So you stop the claims processing completely when you have an unspecified code. It's going to go to level 2 processing, and that's why Dr. Galentine, y'all are having this issue. When you fill out a code that's not specific, you're going to get back from the insurance company a letter saying, hey, what is this? And give me the specifics. What does this mean? What are you putting in this IV? And what do we need to do? So I want to really talk about this because we are seeing some letters come back from insurance companies that are saying, okay, what is this? We've got your medical record now, and according to this medical record, we do not approve these J codes. And in some cases, they've already paid the J codes and they're wanting the money back. In some cases, they're just saying, don't bill that J code anymore. Now, very, very specific. There is a doctor that has a letter from Blue Shield, and it is they've already gone over medical records, and this letter states they're wanting to recoup $300,000 from this doctor specifically because of 3 reasons. So that's why I really want to talk to you guys so we can keep you guys from getting this letter. But this letter, what I'm very, very optimistic about this letter, and I love about this letter, is it says the IV nutrition therapy would be paid if the drugs were FDA approved. So please pay attention to what I'm telling you. We've got to change templates. We've got to make the documentation clear that the drugs that we are trying to get reimbursed are FDA approved. It specifically says that if the drug is FDA approved, they will pay. But it said in the next sentence that the Myers cocktail is not an FDA approved drug. So we know our audience. This is not a medical person, even me, that is absolutely not a provider at all, knows that a Myers cocktail is not an FDA approved drug. We're not trying to say that a Myers cocktail is a drug. So that tells us that if an admin person that read the note, right? Do we agree? And an admin person read this note because they're saying, Myers cocktail is not an FDA approved drug. So this shows me how smart you are. Okay? So we're gonna throw darts all in this bubble and bust her bubble, because if you would look at the ingredients that is in a Myers cocktail, it's very clear that there's ingredients that are in there that are FDA approved drugs. So we've got to take this deeper, but it clearly states that the Myers cocktail is not an FDA approved drug, therefore we are asking for recoupment. Just one second, continue my thought and I'll let you speak. I just want to get this out. So number one is, please, we've told y'all before that it's imperative that you remove any kind of verbiage that makes an admin person think that this is a hangover bag, or this is a bag that you can just go to Walmart and get, or take away the vitamin word, because, and remember, you've got an admin person reading your note, because this is the formal letter that came from Blue Shield, was written by this person that said the FDA is not approving a Myers cocktail. So I want us to understand our audience that we're speaking to. So if your note says very specifically that your ingredients are FDA approved, so we all know, I feel, and this is Katrina Field, after 25 years experience, I do have a little bit of authority in what I feel. It's usually right. It's listening to that voice that gets you, that'll get you in trouble. I really feel that vitamin C is going to be good. It's going to be golden. McGuff has an actual contract with the FDA that approves them, that NDC number, I can almost quote it, 67, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. That NDC number on that McGuff, vitamin C, ascorbic acid, y'all, that is an FDA approved. So when we get this letter, and this letter comes that says, hey guys, we paid you for ingredient J3490 and it's not an FDA approved drug, we know for certain that ascorbic acid is an FDA approved drug. So when you're looking at your ingredients and in your notes, let's be super specific in saying ascorbic acid, NDC number, FDA approved drug. Because remember, you're talking to a person that's an admin. So when it says that, then she's going to be like, oh, this is an FDA approved drug. This J code needs to get paid. So this is so important because we are seeing some pushback in IV billing. And that's why I want to make sure that I spend this period of time making it super clear that when they ask for medical record, let's be sure that the medical record is going to pass through this admin person that's wanting to say that what you're administering is not FDA approved. Anybody have a question about that specifically? Then I've got more to go into, but that specific topic. Yes, Dr. Joy.
I don't understand, we are getting some of those letters, some of those rejections, and we already have listed in the note the NBC number and a picture of those files that are FDA approved.
Okay, so let me explain NDC numbers. So I had to do a deep dive and study NDC numbers and what do they mean. So compound pharmacies make up an NDC number and stick it on their files. They have to have an NDC number. They don't have to, but a lot of them put an NDC number. That's just that you and I have a compound pharmacy and we're going to say, all right, this is their tracking system. This is the way that they're tracking their drugs with their lot number and their NDC. So just because it has an NDC number does not mean that it's an FDA approved drug. Okay, let me make it really clear. So our notes we've got to differentiate in our note that the NDC number is fine and dandy, but they know that the NDC number can be coming straight from a compound pharmacy. Does that make sense? So it's got to be, y'all write this down, HIPAAspace.com. Has anybody ever looked at HIPAAspace.com? Y'all need to have it like on speed dial in your laptop. HIPAAspace.com. Write that down. You can go to that website, about halfway down the page, it says NDC lookup. Go to NDC lookup and look for the, I'm losing my voice already, guys. Go to, there's a search bar, a magnifying glass in the search bar, and type in the NDC number and see if it comes up active. That's a good way to tell if your NDC numbers are registered. HIPAAspace.com. So in my gut, I feel that we're gonna be fine with J3490 on ascorbic acid, but I'm not so sure about all the other drugs that we're listing under the J3490 unless it is an FDA approved drug. So let's make sure, most of them, you don't get reimbursed for it anyway. So I'm thinking that we need to simplify the billing on it, and if we know we're not gonna get paid for it anyway, so some of those ingredients. So I highly recommend that you go through and those drugs that are not an FDA approved, don't even bill out the J3490 for that drug. That way we don't even have this red flag coming up at all. When they see the record, it very clearly says these are FDA approved drugs, and it's clear so that when that admin person reads the note, they're like, oh, okay, they're infusing FDA approved drugs. Yes, sir, Dr. Long.
So you're suggesting we take the ingredients we like to use most and reference them on the HIPAAspace.com, and will that actually tell us? Use the word registered. Does that equate to FDA approved? So if an NDC is registered, does that mean it is FDA approved? How do I know which of the ingredients I'm using are FDA approved, other than by this?
If it's registered with, I don't know, does anybody know the answer to the question? I'm the first to say I don't know if I don't know. Do y'all know? If it's registered, does that mean it's FDA approved? I know that that's gonna help, yes?
My understanding is FDA approved has to be for specific indication of why the drug is used for this specific indication. Very specific to what, to the condition, versus FDA registered is just that most of the drug is through standard manufacturing practices. That you are FDA approved. That's my understanding.
No, that's not what this letter, this letter just says, if you're infusing FDA approved drugs, doesn't talk about diagnosis at all. It's strictly saying Myers cocktail is not an FDA approved drug, therefore we're not paying for the J3490.
If they substitute vitamin C, I would assume it's vitamin C approved. I don't know.
It is, yeah, that's what I was just saying, it's, I don't know what the FDA says, I just know that it's an FDA approved drug, because McGuff has the contract with the FDA, so I'm 100% sure that ascorbic acid, NDC number is FDA approved. But this letter, when these letters come in, doctor, they're not saying it's because of the diagnosis. They're saying the actual ingredient has to be FDA approved. It's not specific to a diagnosis. Doesn't even say anything about diagnosis. Does that make sense? They're wanting what you're infusing. If you want them to pay for it, they're wanting it to be an FDA approved drug.
I think what we're talking about is that there are indications for IBs like chronic fatigue, and there's many of the codes that we can get paid on, including the whole we hang from. But you can also get paid per ingredient. And apparently, we're talking about just the ingredient.
We're just talking about the ingredient.
Yeah, there's the whole other components of the IV, the administration, pushes, things like that, of what you can get paid for. But there are certain ingredients you're not going to get paid for. And she's saying it'd be best if you didn't put them in, and you stand a lesser chance of getting that one.
Right.
So,
right. So thank you so much. She just pulled up on FDA's website. There is a search bar. It says search the NDC database for finished drug products. So you can go there and put in the NDC number literally on FDA website and find out if it is.
So you know the insurance companies are.
Yeah. Well, yeah. She typed in Myers cocktail and didn't find it. But what I find very informative about that letter is then if we do infuse and put an FDA approved drug on there, then we're gonna be able to combat these letters. The second thing was cloning medical records. So let's talk about what cloning medical records, I'm sorry, you ready again? Okay, cloning medical records. We all use templates, everybody's using templates, but in using a template, you still need to make it personal, okay? And I know, I'm sure most of you are, but just make sure that your providers, that everybody in your practice, they're not just taking the template and just plugging it in. They're coming in and the past medical history and the drugs and, I mean, we gotta kind of make it, personal, because that was the second issue on this letter, was cloning medical records, which in the defense of the insurance company, there was some of these, they do look very similar. So, and I know it's so repetitive, what we do is so repetitive, so you just want to grab it and stick it in, but you do want to make sure that the provider stop a second and do make this note personal. And I got a question about cloning medical records. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, if you have a template, and so you change the history of present illness every time to fit the patient, but I mean, what you do is pretty much the same, except for start and stop times on pushes and things like that. Is that past muster?
That's fine, because the time changes. So there's a couple of these notes at the times are the same, and one patient to the next, to the minutes, you know? So maybe that wasn't exactly the same. But, you know, you just need to tweak it just a minute, you know. Again, remember, this is an admin person that's looking at this note, you know, and if they look identical, then she's gonna say it's a cloning medical record. And then the third thing on that was, and y'all heard Jan scream this? Oh, here's pillars right here. Here's some of our pillars. Thank y'all for being here. They will tell you what we're looking at on this, in these medical records. The third thing was billing out a service as a 99215, and there's not been a provider interaction. In other words, a patient comes in, some of these doctors are doing chiro visits. There's a chiropractor that's working for the practice, and the chiropractor is seeing the patient, but they're billing out a 99215, and there's nothing in there that says that a medical provider was involved. They're coming in for a massage, maybe. They're coming in for nutritional. This is super important for nutrition. Like Dr. Moe spoke to earlier, as long as that note shows that there was an involvement with a provider, the provider has the authority to delegate that patient to someone in their office to speak to them. But this note's got to be very clear that there was a provider involved. Not that the whole entire note is a nutritionist that was talking to this patient and filled out a 99215, and there's nothing in there about the provider. I've always told all of you, and I'm going to say it loud, you have to make sure you lay eyes on the patient. No matter what they're coming in for, if you're going to put in 99214, 5, 3, 2, whatever, be sure that the note's clear that there was an involvement with a PA, an NP, medical director, or somebody was involved in this visit, because this is not okay. You cannot allow people to show up to your practice and get a massage or get nutritional therapy or get whatever without having the involvement of a physician or a provider. Anybody got a question about that?
The other big thing is when you're billing out an IV and that patient does see the provider, make sure that you have those diagnoses to provide that provider see. So if you're only billing out fatigue, post-COVID, headache, but that provider's seen them for a hip pain, knee pain, shoulder pain, make sure that's documented in that note, because that's what's going to get your office visit paid. If you use those same codes for that office visit, your office visit will not get paid. I'm just telling you, I see it every day. If it's in that note to document that and back us with that office visit, You'll get that office visit and all your admin codes, but your office visit cannot be your same as your IV codes. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah. So that's, I brought a couple of my billers in here, so that we can spend this a little bit of time. I've got actual live billers, that are very, very, very good and know these codes backwards and forwards. And so I wanted to spend this time really slowing us down and making sure that our documentation supports what we're billing out. And we don't get too big of a hurry that we get these letters from these insurance companies. So does anybody have any question about cloning medical records, the FDA approved, making the medical record above what an admin person can read? Does that make sense? The more complicated the note looks, then the more the admin person's gonna be, oh, okay, we'll approve this because it's so complicated. Any questions on that? Okay, what about, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Isabel, I'm sorry. No, this is only if you're trying to get a 9921345. So you can bill out testing without a provider. So lots of people have patients come in the next day for the lobby or come in the next day, they're not seeing a doctor. It's fine as long as you're not trying to put a 99214-345. Remember what the 9921345 means, right? Evaluation and management of care. And it's got to be a provider. So unless an NPE or MDDO has seen that patient, you cannot bill that out. And I don't know why it keeps getting billed out. So let's please, I don't think anybody in here is doing that wrong audience, but I'm on screen, right? So listen, so I'm telling you all that's watching this, don't bill out 9921345 unless you see the patient. Okay. What about anything else? I've got any more questions about codes specifically to IVs, and we're gonna change gears. Any questions about IV billing? No? Got it? Okay, perfect. There is another letter that's with another doctor on the East Coast, but that letter is specific to IVs. But they were overpaying him by 3 times. So they're coming back, and I'm not sure what the outcome's gonna be on this letter. When he was first getting the reimbursements, I'm like, holy cow, he's getting $1,700, $1,800, $1,900 for an IV. And I'm like, there's a glitch in the system somewhere. Don't spend that money because they're gonna come back and want some of that money back. If you're getting a ridiculous $2,000 for an IV, chances are you need to put that money in a savings account, because that's just way too much, right? So let's not, but I mean, nobody that I know of, he's the only one that was getting these astronomical reimbursements, and he's the only doctor in that state. It's North Carolina. But I haven't seen it. We're in Texas, it's the opposite. We don't get a whole lot of reimbursement for J-codes anyway, so it's not us as much as it was on it. In North Carolina, it was ridiculous. But anyway, that's the only letters I've seen so far. These other denial letters are gonna be standard, and we have to appeal them because of the unspecified code. So, beyond, yes?
I may have comments later, but we're talking about deductibles.
Yeah, I'm gonna change gears. I just wanna make sure that I got IV. No question about IV. No questions for the billers about IV. Okay, so let's go to lobby. Yes?
Is there a limitation on how many IP centers you can ask for?
Not yet. No.
Usually you're gonna, when you're checking eligibility or verifications, most of the time you're gonna put 12 in there and then run those 12 and then recheck with the insurance and make sure that they haven't kicked them back or they're gonna approve more.
We haven't seen it yet.
HMOs.
We haven't seen it yet. Yes.
So 2 things to stay on solid ground is to say how many, and this is number 3 of 12.
Yes.
Document that.
Yes.
Another one is, we don't put in there PRN or as needed, because they'll deny that.
Yeah. Right.
You prescribe.
Write a prescription for 12 IVs. Yes, sir. Good point, Dr. Mo. Okay, so let's change gears and let's talk about lobby and brain scan. So this whole 95999, remember that? So I'm on the fence about 95999. Have we seen some of them get reimbursed? Yes, and they get reimbursed huge.
When they get reimbursed, they do. But it's the fight to get them to get reimbursed.
Right. So is everybody familiar with this? First of all, is everybody doing lobby, neuroscan, evoke? Right? Everybody pretty much. So part of this executive physical, we do the executive physical and then we come back and bring the patient back for brain health. And then we do this brain scan. And the reimbursements, 700-ish, right? 600 to 600 to 1,000. So it's $600 to $1,000 per patient. And it is amazing. Patients love this. The colorful, I know we let doctors talk about it. Those of you that are not doing it, I highly recommend you do it. It's really neat to get a baseline on a patient. This is for anxiety, depression. This is for, and I've got a speaker, the guy that actually invented the machines coming tomorrow, and you can ask him questions about it. But it's pretty cool. It's an EEG is all it is. And then it gives you a report. And they'll be here tomorrow. We'll talk more about it then. But I want to talk about coding now since I have billers here. So we were going it out as the EEG and the normal codes for the lobby and getting paid $600 to $1,000. And then last year, remember there was this big new code, and y'all can look it up, 95999. 95999. If you look it up on CMS.gov, it's there. Clearly says that we will pay for this brain scan, and they do. And when they do pay it, it's triple or 1,600 to 2,000. I mean, we've seen some
1,200, 12, 14, yeah.
$1,200, $1,400, $1,600 for this.
What does Medicare pay?
This is on CMS.gov.
About 1,100. Medicare coverage about 1,100.
$1,100 for this, but very specific, 95999 can be the only code. So to Isabel's question, bring the patient back, they can come in and get a lobby, don't do anything else on that day, because if it is memory loss, that's the only diagnosis that will work for this new way of billing this code. So for memory loss, if you do the lobby and you see memory loss, then you can say 95999, and it's going to go under memory loss. It can only be one code on the claim. So you can't put an E&M visit, no 99214, your biller's going to kick it back to you and delete that code. That one 95999 can go out on that if it's memory loss. If it's anything other than memory loss, then we bill it the old way. We bill it with all the other codes that we've been billing in. But if you do find memory loss, pause, take all those codes off, change it to a 95999. Now, for sure, it's an unspecified code. It's gonna request medical records, and we're gonna have to send in the medical records. And then we have to follow it up with a phone call, right? I mean, it's a fuss. It's a fuss to get it there, but when it gets there, it does pay double the reimbursement, triple the reimbursement.
It denies as experimental. So
Is the first denial?
It's the first denial, the balance is experimental, not medically necessary.
Okay,
So you're arguing that
okay,
first. And
okay.
then it's a process though. It's a several step process to get it paid. When they pay good, but it's not gonna pay in 30 days. It's right now, like
Yeah.
6 months.
6 months, 4 to 6 months. So all of you that we build it out, and you're like, why do I have all these unpaid lobbies? This is why they're unpaid for a reason. It's because we gotta go through the process. Yes, sir.
They don't have memory loss, and what code are you using?
Let me let these girls rattle them off. Pull them up. Let's keep talking. Now pull them up. There's several. Jan could have rattled them off. Girls. Where is my Jane?
3, and then we bill out
When you get-
R1.9.
Hold on. Yeah, just pull them up real quick, and when you can pull up, let me know. We'll pull them up in just a second. I think it's 4 or 5 codes. Yeah. Is it 4 or 5 codes? So anyway, so anybody have any comments about lobby that you've seen come back? Yes, sir, Dr. Padilla.
For the 95999, we need secondary codes or just memory codes?
Memory loss, only one.
Only one, only the R 1.3, that's it. It's the only diagnosis code on that one.
Did y'all write that down?
R what?
R 1.3.
R41.3. That's the only diagnosis code.
So, Katrina, on that one, it's really not hard to get a patient to say, have you noticed any problems? Did you recall walking into a room, forgetting why you were there? And if they say yes to any of these memory questions, then the last question is, have you seen any change? Has it progressed at all lately? And so if you give what the problem is and its progression, you pretty much got the history you need to put that code in there and back it up.
That's right. Did y'all hear them? Did y'all hear that? Yeah. And I know, Dr. McCart, you're gonna be doing a lot of memory. This is right up his alley. He's a neurologist. Any comments to this? Here, hold on.
95999 codes, our codes.
I don't use the 95999 codes. I use the standard codes like memory loss, MCI. The interesting thing is one of the insurance, there's a primary and a secondary. And one of the insurance, when I use the MCI as a secondary code and I use the chronic fatigue as a primary, it returned it and said that no, it has to be primary, not secondary. So was kind of interesting to me. It's not just like the codes, it's which is primary and which is secondary also, which I didn't realize myself. You know.
Right. Any more comments on memory loss? Any more comments on EEG, lobby? Any questions about? Yes.
So,
That's what we're just saying, you know, the $600 to $1,000, $600 to $1,000, yes.
the three main other ones that I know are 95816.
Write these down.
So the 95816, 96138, and the 96139. And those three codes together pay roughly $600 to $700. Usually average $600 to $800 on those.
Here's another one.
95816, 96138, and 96139. And the 96130 is another one. Don't build that one out very much, but that one pays $80, I think, 85.
Does the lobby qualify for the non-number 791, like the NTE review and things like that?
You can.
What code is that?
90791.
90791. That's to read it. And then what's
Make sure you keep the provider puts into the note that he actually read it and signed off on it, because it won't be.
Yeah, we haven't done it, yeah, it's in-depth verbal review to keep some treatment planning for the patient.
Okay, any questions about the codes? Yes, ma'am.
So really quick though, with this other set of codes, is it still you have to wait a long time to get paid? Or
No.
Those
are paid right away. So I've got doctors that are like, wait, this is taking too long, let's just go ahead and just put it up the other way. Because it is a fight, it really is, and it takes a long time, 6 months.
California I'm still having a hard time with California. So if you're in California, it's a fight right now. They are not liking the 95999 on all insurances running out of California.
Okay.
Blue Shield is the biggest one, but Medicare out of California, even Medicare is still like, we don't know about this in California. So I'm having a harder time in California than in Texas right now with my 95999.
Okay. Justin, do you know of your experience with 95999 in Dr. Lamb's office? You don't know. We can ask him later. But anyway, so you may just want to go ahead and fill it out the other way and not go through the fight. You know, I mean, to me, that's what we're doing, right, Dr. Kirk? We're just making it easy. Just making it easy. Any more questions? Yes, sir.
Any age restriction
No, right? No, you can go all the way down. Now, I will tell you what I think is super cool. We were talking about this last night. The schools are, it's a recommendation that if you're an athlete, I don't know about in all states, but in our state, they have to have a baseline scan done because they're afraid of concussion, right? So this is something that for marketing, you could go into the schools and get all the athletes signed up on this, on this brain scan.
So speaking of that, what are the diagnosis codes that are required that are being?
For the lobby, it's a long list. The girls have it. We can forward it to everyone.
For the school. Oh.
It's,
You're not getting billing reimbursed for teenagers, right, for high school students?
You can.
yeah, of course.
So what's the code you're using? What is the diagnosis code for that?
Would be whatever it's fine. ADD, ADHD, anxiety,
Okay.
depression, help me, what else? Anxiety, depression,
Any
oh,
kind of injury.
concussion, you know, how it shows.
Basic physical, the schools have to go through a physical every year. All athletes have to go through a physical every year. That's required, no matter where you are. So that school physical, just the general physical for them going through, because it'll cover that as well.
Yes, of course, we will get, we'll email you the list of diagnosis codes for this. So if you're not doing the brain scan, I recommend it, so ADD and ADHD, I see a lot of ADD and ADHD, right? See quite a bit of that, that's the list of diagnosis for this is good. And like I said, that the report is really neat, how a patient can watch the progression of their health. And again, it's about inflammation of the brain. Again, I'm not a provider, I'm not gonna go there, but inflammation in the brain is a big deal, right, doctors? So showing the patient the inflammation in their brain is really important for them to see that visual, that color code. And like I said, the guy that invented that machine will be here tomorrow, and he'll go more into the reports and all that, and how to read the reports, because I know the reports, sometimes a lot of you have questions about that. We'll go into that. Yes, sir.
Once a year you can do it?
No, if it's abnormal, it's 3 months. Right, girls? If it's abnormal, it can be repeated in 3 months.
Yes.
Yeah. So if there's any abnormality, which, have you ever seen one that wasn't abnormal? Have y'all ever done a walkie that wasn't abnormal? Everybody's got a little something going on in their noggin. There's some sort of something going on in everybody's noggin. So, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't repeat it every 3 months unless there was, medical necessity to do that. But what I like is it allows you to measure the improvement in IV therapy by reducing inflammation in the brain. It's pretty cool to let the patient see that visual of improvement. Any more questions about lobby? No? Okay. So let's go into now the executive physical. Who's doing executive physicals? Raise your hand. Is everybody pretty much? Not yet? Dr. Mo, you're doing executive physicals, right?
We're starting.
No, not yet. So y'all wanna raise your hand high like this if you're doing executive physicals. Okay, all right, good. If you're not, I cannot stress to you how important it is that you do these physicals on your patients. Every single patient that's there. And I'm going to allow, Dr. Padilla is going to talk to us about that a little bit more. But these executive physicals are just imperative that you do this on your patients. We are, since the majority of you are more in functional medicine and more in proactive health, I want you to know that the patients are seeking this out. They're wanting to know what's going on in their health that they may not know that they have going on. So, does anybody have questions about what's in their executive physical? I don't want to preach to the ones that are already doing it. Those of you that are not doing one, do you have any questions about it? Yes, sir.
I mean, the question is, if you already established clinic,
we have not done them. So now, how do the patients have a choice, or do they not have a choice?
They don't have a choice. Dr. Padilla, do you give them a choice?
I do give them a choice simply because, there is a deductible that you have to take into consideration. But for those that qualify, I insist that they do it. It's not like they're making them do it, but, if they know that they're not gonna have to pay for it, they'll do it.
What is the pitch? I mean,
The pitch is cardiovascular health. At the end of the day, that's the marketing technique. The marketing technique is prevention of stroke, prevention of heart attack, prevention of cardiovascular disease. The biggest killer in America. So if you tell them that you have a technique to determine and predict prevention, then a lot of these patients will sign up. The problem is that it's a lot of testing. It's testing that will hit deductible. And so I think we have to start there. We have to make sure that the patient qualifies before we set them up. But if they do have a deductible that is comprehensive, then we waive whatever fee we need to do if the deductible is comprehensive. So in that direction, most of my patients that do this test, we screen them at the front. We don't necessarily offer it to every single patient that walks in the door. And with that in mind, the patients that are selected for this are recommended a physical. Right, there's certain insurances that we've learned throughout the years that don't pay for it. And so vetting that distinction in your own practice, I think it's very particular in your region. In my market, we learned that Aetna is not going to pay us for that physical, so we don't do it. But I have colleagues in other markets where Aetna pays them well, and they enjoy Aetna in their executive physicals.
What I want to add right here is the reason that we do these executive physicals is because of what we're finding out that's going on with this patient. These patients that are coming in, they're coming in because they're concerned about their health and they want to be proactive about their health. And I know from talking to Dr. Padilla and Dr. Kerr, there's a lot, what's the percentage of people that are completely normal walk in and get the physical and something is discovered?
The thing I like to share sometimes, one of the biggest things that we see obviously is thyroid nodules when you're scanning the carotids and you're peeking at the thyroid gland. And we all know it's very, very common to see thyroid nodules, but in the first 3 years that I started doing the nasal house count, that there were 25 thyroid cancers that we found. And I had one mom had insisted that her 14-year-old go through the physical. Who usually is on 14-year-old, but okay, we'll do that. She had thyroid cancer at 14. In multiple patients that we have found renal cell carcinomas and heart conditions. A good friend of mine had the physical done and had no idea she had a valve issue, had to have her valve replaced. So the screening that we have the ability to do, the patients don't realize if we do screen, we find, we prevent and treat ahead of time, we save lives. So that's the fun of it, right?
Exactly. It's finding these things before these patients are in the box, right?
When you do the executive physical, are you guys doing the testing all in your office or are you providing it everywhere? Okay. So do you have a cyber chronicist in?
Yes, this is all done in-house. Dr. Padilla, talk to us a little bit about the results that you've seen in these physicals.
So there's a lot of incidental findings because you have imaging studies that are being done on these patients. You're sonogramming the abdomen, you're sonogramming the neck, you're doing sonograms of the heart. So you're doing a limited echocardiogram that gives you an ejection fraction. So somebody with a weak heart or a large one in the heart, Even though these are limited studies, they lead to larger studies. And so incidental findings are a daily occurrence when you're doing these tests. There are many, executive physicals have been around for a long, long time. All you have to do is Google executive physical, and you'll see that the Cleveland Clinic offers one of their own, Mayo Clinic offers one of their own, and these are all big ordeals. Or executive physicals take about an hour to complete, but they're fairly physical, they're comprehensive, and so having a patient come in and have them have that type of physical gives them that feeling of well-being that they were, given that extra level of diagnostic care that they wouldn't have had to just done blood work somewhere.
Any questions about that? No? Yes, you've got a puzzle look. Okay, let's go over that. That's where I was headed. There you go. So what does this executive physical include? Obviously, the ultrasounds. So for sure, the ultrasounds, I'd say, is the key piece in the physical, but also there's a spirometer. After COVID, we noticed that all insurance companies are paying for a spirometry reading. You don't have any trouble, girls. You'll learn about spirometry. Also, an ABI, an ABI. Some people have a TM flow. Who has a TM flow? A lot of you have TM flows. TM flow is fine as well. If you don't have a TM flow, an ABI would work. I believe it's $80-ish reimbursement for just the ABI. You're going to do an EKG, of course. And there are a lot of clinics that are doing the EKG where you are lying down and they do a resting EKG, and then they get the patient to stand up and get on a treadmill for 2 minutes, or I have some clinics have a stair stepper, some have a patient walk in place or whatever, get the heart rate elevated and put some stress on the heart and then repeat the EKG. See what the difference is in a resting EKG and then what the EKG looks like with elevated. So that takes the reimbursement from that EKG from 20 to 80 girls.
Yes.
So if you want to do that in your EKG, these physicals do include that, Dr. Robart. Also a tonometer. A tonometer is in this physical to check the pressure in the eye. It's for early signs of glaucoma.
Yeah.
So that's part of this physical. Also, there's a balance plate. Medicare patients, you know how we've got to do the fall risk assessment, and also I don't even know the list of diagnoses for the balance plate. It's a plate on the ground and it checks, help me,
Just your equilibrium,
vertigo, whatever. So it's to check to see what's going on there. Of course, we do allergy scratch testing on everybody at this time because you're going to do that baseline to show the patient what they're consuming that could be causing inflammation or what they're exposing themselves to. So you want to do the scratch test at that time. What am I forgetting, Dr. Kirk? Is that everything? Yes. A what?
So cognitive testing, PHQ-9,
Yes.
and alcohol screening.
Yes. I forgot about that. Did y'all hear her? Depression screening and all your screenings and yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. I forgot. Great point, Isabel. Advanced directive. So are you all asking the patient to have a living will? And then making the documentation in there that you spoke to the patient about their living will. If they don't have one, give them a form to fill out or give them an online link so they can go get their living will because of COVID. Insurance reimbursing $80-ish for advanced directive. Patricia, $85 for that. So document that, yes, no? What's the advanced directive code? 9? Sorry. Oh, Sarah just arrived. We want to welcome her. She's one of my very good friends from Atlanta, Georgia, and we are very happy she's here. She had a flight coming today. So we're happy to have her. Let's give her a hand. She's wonderful. Finance lady. Very much. I'm sorry? 99147. 99147. Put that in your note, put that in your template. I just increased you all $80. Once a year. It's advanced directive. Be sure the note is clear, because I think it's going to have 30 minutes in there, you know, and you want to have it in there that you gave a link to the patient. If they don't have the living will, you want to put in there that you did request that the patient send you the living will, so that you make it part of the medical record.
Does it not that when they do, the living will, do they have to bring the form back for us to know, or if you just go just discussing it?
Yeah, good question. It's not about getting it, it's about discussing it with the patient. Obviously, the insurance companies want you to get it into the medical record, because COVID, there was just so many people that didn't have one. So now they're paying us to get it, you know, record. Yes, Dr.
Vertigo assessment, do you guys use any special devices to assess for equilibrium and vertigo?
Well, the balance plate is just the.
For vertigo, we're doing a vestibular auto rotation test and then an electromyostatic. We're not doing it with a knee though. I mean, if a patient has that symptom, that'll be a separate procedure and a separate visit. But that's our assessment for vertigo.
Any more questions about yes?
Two quick things. Are any of these that you find come back that they look medical records for, these are all usually get paid no issues? And then they had said something about depression and alcohol testing. Yes. What is that?
That's true. That's a questionnaire. Yeah. There's so many questionnaires that you can put in as part of your intake. Depression screening, alcohol. Now, let's talk about this. Medicare, G codes. Is everybody familiar? And I've got a lot of newbies in here that I haven't worked with for very long. Are y'all familiar with G codes? G codes? No? Okay, so this is so weird to me, but Medicare pays for a long list, and we have a cheat sheet as well with these G codes for counseling Medicare patients. Counseling them on alcohol abuse, smoking, counseling them on your diabetics, BMI over 30. So you can increase your Medicare revenue by 30%, 30, on your office visits, because there's not really going to be a visit with a Medicare patient that you can't add a G code. Pretty much, it's going to be G0447. Is for cardiovascular patients, so if it's a patient that's got hypertension or whatever cardiovascular, then you can add 0446. There's even a G code for sexual diseases, for discussing sexual diseases with a Medicare patient. There's one for, what am I forgetting, guys? I said that, smoking, alcohol, BMI over 30, diabetes. Like I said, most every patient, you'd be able to add a G code. So I highly recommend on all your Medicare patients, add that extra. Are y'all doing the G codes in y'all's office? No? Yeah. So you're definitely going to want to, because you're going to talk to the patient about this, and that all is going to come out of your intake forms. These questionnaires will bring out different kinds of abuse, and the G codes are going to be very beneficial in your billing.
There's time limit that you require.
There's different times on some of them. We've got it down to where we've got the code, what it's for, and what the time needs to be of the counseling. Yes, sir. And some of them are every 3 months, and some of them are once a year, depending on what there is. We even have on there the diagnosis codes. So counseling with the Medicare patients, Because we know Medicare patients take a long time. A lot of times, they take longer. So be sure you add a G code so that you can get that extra reimbursement for the time, because you normally do spend more time with a Medicare patient. Questions about that? Yes?
I love that we do this because that PHQ-2, not even PHQ-9, which is the 2 question screening for depression, and we have 14 annual wellness visits in our office a week. Times 52 weeks. We're getting paid $6 for asking those 2 questions, and it seems like nothing. But I came here last year and we started doing it consistently. We made $4,000 just for doing good patient care and asking 2 simple questions. That was the cumulative total for the year, just to ask the PHQ-2. This all adds up every week.
It does. It does. There's that Christmas shopping money, right?
You give a new hat.
I love the cowboy hat from Denver. Let's hear it for Denver, Colorado. When he showed me the cowboy hat, I'm like, that's pretty cool. That's to protect that head. So there's 4, I knew there was a 4th code. Let's go back to on the lobby. Okay, there's 4 CPT codes for that brain scan: 96138, 96139, 96127, 95816. So all 4 of those codes are used for the brain scan. Y'all get that? What you guys? 96138, 96139, 96127, 95816. Got it? Okay. Yes. What's the code?
95930.
Yeah. Can you look that code up really quick?
What code?
9.
What was it?
95930. Okay, just a minute. Let's let the professionals answer that question. Any more code questions? Any more coding questions? Any more CPT codes? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
So it can be added with the CFP and then.
Yes. Yes. So yes, ma'am. Yes. When you're counseling, those are counseling codes, so it'd be when you're talking to the patient about they need to quit smoking or about their weight or about these. It's a counseling, so when you are doing the counseling, that's when you use that code. It depends on when you're gonna be talking to the patient about the condition. Yeah. Typically, they do it on the results, right, Dr. Results. It's the day, right, Dr. Padilla, you don't do much counseling the day of a physical? Sometimes, most of the time I see it on the result.
Yeah, so but the result makes it easier. You're already talking about all the issues that you have.
Yeah.
It just makes it easier.
Yeah, and we've got so many CPT codes going out on that day of that physical, so it may be better, to wait till when they come back, and you just have a 90215. Counseling? Yes, I don't see why not. Girls, can you add a counseling code of this day that you're doing an IV?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you're documenting different diagnosis codes.
Different, yeah. So that would be what's important. You can't use the same diagnoses that you're using for the IV for the counseling. Absolutely, yes. Yep, as long as you've got different diagnosis, yep. Any more questions about that? Codes? No? So what about the codes for, 99214s and 5s. Do you have questions about the documentation? Those of you that are new for me, are for your 99214s and 5s, are y'all familiar with adding your prep time to see the patient and your charting time to get to bump? Is everybody familiar with that? Yes. Yes. Right, so basically what happened last year is 99214 and 5 changed their definition. Where in our brains, everybody has been it's been ingrained in our brain that you had to base your visit on complexity. So the patient needed to be really, really super sick or face-to-face time, and that's changed. So I just want to go back over that because some of you still kind of are going back down to the 3s and 4s. Remember, it's almost, and I hate to even say this comparison, but it's true. It's like it turned into the way of all your bills. You start thinking about me, you start working on me, punch the clock, and when you're done thinking about me. So it doesn't matter if it's face-to-face, doesn't matter if it's referral, you're working on referral, you're working on whatever you're working on that day. Reviewing past medical history, going over present, whatever you're reviewing labs, reviewing CAT scans, ultrasounds, all of these things all come into play when you're picking what level. And then be sure that you put at the bottom charting time, 15 minutes spent charting. So from the time you start thinking about the patient to the time you actually sign off will determine what level of visit that you can fill out. Okay? And if it exceeds 50 minutes, then you can go into 20-minute increments of 99417. So if it goes over 50, don't forget, because we're getting no problem with 99417. Is everybody doing 99417? Because I know you're all doing it. 99417, are y'all familiar with that code? Yes? No? Isabel, do y'all have 99417? That's extended time. That's extended time. If it's over 50 minutes of prep time, face-to-face and charting time exceeds 50 minutes, then 99417 is.
So I may only spend 10 minutes in prep. But if I spend 45 minutes with the patient and you add the 10 minutes, now I'm at 55 total. And you can now use your 215 plus the prolonged services. So it doesn't have to be 15 minutes of prep time.
No.
It's a combination of face-to-face plus your.
I'm sorry.
You bundle it together, and if you hit 55 minutes for private insurance, you get to add on one increment, and if it's 65, I think, for Medicare, you get to add on one increment better. Because many of us are dealing with complex patients, and we're thinking about the visitor, reviewing their charts, and maybe even writing a little treatment plan before we walk in. Put that in the notes section and add a template, put it in, and then you add that to your visit time, and you hit the magic number, you get that extra 15 minutes of time, so.
Yeah.
Isn't it also the staff time, like the control staff, the MA college, the pharmacy, whatever?
Well, you just call it prep time.
No, try to do that, and that was counseled not to.
I think the new definition of Medicare is the time spent by the provider and their staff.
I don't know. Does it say in the staff? I don't think so.
It's always said by provider. So if you have somebody that you're checking, that NP is checking in, or MA is checking in the office, y'all can bill that, but just include that note. Because at the end of the day, you're signing off on that note. So you're saying, my staff members spent 10 minutes prepping this patient. But then you spent 10 minutes doing chart review before you walked in. And then you were face-to-face with that patient for 45 minutes. And then after that, you signed off, ordered prescriptions. It just all needs to be documented. But at the end of the day, it's the provider's signature that's going to be on that note. And that's what's going to get paid. So you can include that in there, but they're really just going to look at the time for the provider.
For example, if you have 30 minutes, you're going to bill a 214, and then you have 10 minutes of prep time, we'll put you at a total of 40 minutes.
with and for that patient, that 40 minutes now becomes a 9-minute treatment block.
It's not your staff.
It's not, it's just, but most of us are doing it. We just have to be tested in that.
Is that clear? Everybody got that? Be sure that the, yes, ma'am.
You have to specify them, like she was saying, like 10 minutes of prep time, 15 minutes of charting, 40 minutes basically.
Yes.
all
Yes.
the-
Yes. Yeah. You want it at the beginning of the note, 15 minutes prep time, then make your note, and then at the bottom, 15 minutes chart time. Yeah. And this has been true, tried and tested. We've done lots of medical requests on this. This is written in stone. This works. This is not something we're guessing on. This works. And like Dr. Monk said, he's went through Medicare charting and all was approved and well. So this is all good. Any more coding questions? Any diagnosis coding questions? CPT coding questions? No? Everybody got that one all figured out? Okay, good. Okay, we've got about 15 minutes before Dr. Stewart is gonna take over, and Dr. Stewart's gonna talk to us about the DNA and lots of good stuff. Dr. Stewart's very, very brilliant man. A lot of you know Dr. Stewart already. We're gonna take about a 5-10 minute break and have lunch, and if anybody need to use the restroom, go ahead and go use the restroom. Or let me do this first, because we use the restroom and then let them come. I want to talk the next few minutes on IV recipes. So this is about IV ingredients. Does everybody have, I know a lot of you are deep into IV, but does anybody have any questions about ingredients to recipes for IVs? Some of you that are new in the IV business, do y'all have questions to ask these road warriors about IV ingredients? Yes.
It's not so much about recipes. I don't know, we've just been running into a big issue of finding B complex in a lot of different places. So like that's something across the board stuff. Or then we only can get it from a pharmacy or we have to write prescription on every patient.
Does anybody know where to get B complex? Where's Dr. Stewart? Dr. Stewart, do you know where to get B complex?
Say it again?
B complex.
What about?
Do you know where to get it right now? Everybody's having a hard time finding B complex for the
First of all,
IV.
you want bioactive bees, you don't want regular bees. So typically, you can get it at any of the major suppliers of good supplements. You can get it at Neurobiologics, you can get it at, I don't know, Thorne, et cetera, but you're gonna wanna use those things.
We're talking about IV.
Yeah, I get them at Wellness Pharmacy.
Birmingham, Alabama.
That's where I source all my glutathione because they have a patented purification process, so you don't have to worry about having any anaphylactic reaction with glutathione. We also occasionally get it out of McGuff in California, but most of the time it's gonna come from Wellness in Birmingham.
Do they ship that to other states?
Oh, yeah, I've been getting it there. I've been doing glutathione for probably a decade easy, maybe more. But we've never had an anaphylactic reaction. I've probably given several thousand.
What's it called again?
Wellness.
Wellness Pharmacy, Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah. And they have I don't know if you guys know, they make glutathione from aspergillus. They grow it in aspergillus, so you gotta actually take the mold components out. So the purification process is really the patented part of it to make it pure, so you don't have any of the fungal components left in your glutathione. And if you've ever had an anaphylactic reaction, you're gonna know it with glutathione. Now, there are some companies now making it synthetically instead of just harvesting it, but that's also pricey. Okay, sorry, and the B vitamins, they have them for sure, but I don't know. I just stick with one source because I trust it.
Yes, sir. Oh, Lee Selsby, yes, yes. Please.
No, but we'd like to just get involved.
So try wellness, I know.
It's called wellness, they're gonna be better. I think you're gonna like it better than me. Please, please.
They're fun.
We've literally, we've never had an issue. We probably do, I would say probably 20 a week, IV wise. Mostly high dose vitamin C, glutathione's one of our major components. NAD, you can get all of it there. Our phosphatidylcholine, we don't get there. We use Plaquex from Faber. So, you might know that.
No, I didn't hear you because I don't hear well.
I said, yeah, so I'm an otolaryngologist, so I know that really well. So we use, for phosphatidylcholine, we use Plaquex from Faber. Fagron. They basically supply a lot of pharmacies all over the country that they have Plaquex instead of having buy your phosphatidylcholine overseas, like Sweden or somewhere like that. You can get it here in the US.
Any other ingredient question? Yeah, any more ingredients in your IVs? Yes, sir.
NYC,
Is it what?
NYC, the weight loss?
Yes. Yes. And MIC is easy to get, right, guys? Everybody gets MIC really easy for MIC. Okay, so what about any other ingredients? This guy does lots of, he's not doing Myers cocktails. He's on another level of IV therapy. You have questions about ingredients to put in your IVs?
What do you recommend, Dr. Stroh? You were here earlier, we were talking about specifically an IV for hormonal therapy.
Well, you gotta remember, so really the reason I'm here talking to you is because I'm a chemist. So I'm a cell biologist and chemist. And so when you're dealing with hormone therapy, what you gotta understand at the cellular level that almost all hormones, especially steroid-based hormones, are made on the surface of the mitochondria. And so if you don't have a healthy mitochondrial function, you can put in all the precursors and you can have all the biotics and everything ready, and you are not gonna make a hormone. And in fact, it's becoming a very big issue for us. And in fact, I don't know if you guys know that testosterone is 30% lower across the board in males. We're gonna have a massive male fertility crisis if we don't already have it currently. So clearly glutathione is very, very practical for a lot of different reasons. One, it's gonna clean out your mitochondria from all the toxic agents. It's also gonna give you all the oxidative advantages in the cell. Believe it or not, a little bit of oral methylene blue helps a lot of people too. Methylene blue is making a big comeback as a scavenging agent of oxygen free radicals. And then really, it's really just about maximizing the mitochondrial function. So you want to, I love PQQ, polypyrrolylquinone. It actually tells cells to grow new mitochondria. And so you'll see that in some of the mitochondrial products like the one I design. But in general, the best one for most of your hormonal advantage is going to be glutathione IVs to a point where you've got the patient reasonably clear, and then you may want to push some NAD in there if they're really fatigued and see if they respond to that. And a lot of times you get a nice bounce back. And then peptides are making a big comeback in younger men for testosterone recovery, because you don't want to use testosterone because you want to try to drive the testicular production. So we use the peptide gonadorelin a lot. A lot of them, N-clomiphene is with a big comeback. Do you guys know about N-clomiphene? So clomiphene actually came out of Europe in about, I think, 1980, and went all the way to phase 3 trials, and somehow Europe just shut it down. And it's actually an estrogen, a mild estrogen antagonist. So it blocks estrogen receptors, but through a feedback mechanism, the way we control testosterone is our body looks at estrogen. So when you got men who have aromatase, and they're converting these high levels of estrogen, they're not making as much testosterone either, because they've got feedback from the estrogen to their testosterone. So they found out if you block the estrogen receptor gently, then you get an increase in LH and FSH, and you get a drive. Your compounding pharmacist can make that for you. N-clomiphene, E-N-clomiphene, not clomiphene. I don't like throwing. I mean, it's not, it's doesn't work in my hands.
Would you expect to see message blocking if you're using them?
The answer is yes, but it's actually, DIM's not a blocker, it's a redirector. So it basically takes it from the CYP1B1 into the CYP1A1, so it redirects it to 2x1.
So that just seems just a quick jump.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And now you're talking about all the stuff I want, so I'm a good genetic guy. I don't ever in my homes, and I use almost ridiculous amount, probably almost every patient, but the long and short of it is, I always require genetics, so that I know I'm not creating any type of risk or imbalance in the situation. Anything else? I mean, you got me on chemistry, I'll talk all day.
I'm Morgan, another.
Morgan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the problem is, CJC at the Morgan, I don't know if you guys know about peptides in the FDA. They came out with a list of 8 peptides. Here's the problem with peptides. I get them at the pharmacy. I send my patients to the pharmacy. There's only one reason I do that. All the pharmacies are required to have a third-party assay on everything that they have on their shelves. So I don't trust the sources of a lot of these peptides, so I send them to the pharmacy. Now, the FDA has come out and they listed 8 peptides that they are probably going to regulate. Okay? Depamorin was one of them. CJC was one of them. Dihexa, which I use a ton of, which is a neurological enhancer, was on there. VPC 157 was on there. Okay?
What is the PB500?
That one was not on there. The problem is, you know where these are being traded down at the gym, and they're getting them from their buddies, and they're getting them online, and you know what I'm saying? So I have a feeling they're probably gonna do some trials. Somebody's doing some trials, because I never know what's gonna go on with the FDA, but what you can do is some more one works okay, but it really is more of a growth hormone releasing factor as opposed to a luteinizing. So what you really want to do, depends on if you're working on fertility or you're working on testosterone, whether you're going to work on the Leydig cell or you're going to work on the support cells, just as which one you choose. I think you'll be really impressed with in home, and it's not expensive. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. I mean, typically in my young men, I mean, you got guys that we do free testosterone, and most young men, I'm like 15 plus in free testosterone. I just can't get it there with clone that over. HCG used to work for us, but of course they took that away from us too. So, unless you want to go inject it. But inclomiphene will give us a nice big boost. And really for any, I mean, I asked a simple question, you plan on having any babies anytime in the future? And that's how I decided whether we go to direct testosterone replacement or we try to enhance the ability of testicles to make its own.
Where do you get your info?
I get it from Lake Hills Pharmacy, my local compounding pharmacy. You can just call your compounding guy up and tell him to, or you can order from Lake Hills since you're in Texas. Lake Hills is now expanded. I think they're doing 7 states, but there's other places you can get it. They're pretty straightforward. What I do is work with my compounding pharmacist. If I'm going to use something, I tell them to buy a whole lot because I want a price reduction for my patients. You know, because that's the biggest problem. I think peptides are here to stay. I really think their benefit ratio is huge compared to their side effect ratio, which is just about none in most of them.
Yes. What would be the difference between the inclomiphene you're referring to and a guy who goes in, tests the low motility, low sperm count, and get put on clomid? What's the difference?
Well, so clomid is basically a synthetic chemical. They take an inclomiphene and they just modify it for the patent. And that's the difference.
So if the guy was getting that, and you convince him to come over, just because he's getting something more natural to actually.
More natural, but also more effective.
It is more effective.
Anything that's natural, I like to say, God makes stuff that works, and man makes stuff for money. You know, so you'll find out, I love drugs from the 70s, just love them. You're never gonna get, I mean, the reason I love them because they're plant-based. We got all of our medicines from plants, and now after 81, everything became synthetic. And all they did was change a little chemical arm and give them the patent and tell you, pay some for people to come in your office and tell you that they're better, which they aren't. You know, the dosing is actually, you have to kind of play with it, depending on the patient. So I play with it a lot. That's why I like compounding. So I have a plethora of patients who are sensitive to medications. So they wind up at my place because they know I'm a chemist and I believe in nutrition and supplements and everything. So I always ask them, how sensitive are you to medications? Because most of the time they know. If they say they're sensitive, then I'll typically have the dose in half. You know what I mean? So I think that, you know, I like the art of medicine. It's just fun for me to make it right. And I'm telling you, you can overdose. Overdose is not great. You can push the situation too hard. Overdose is not great.
So with your genetic testing, do you physically see if these peptides are doing you harm or
No. The nice thing about peptides is most of them are a small derivative of a known hormone antibody that's isolated. And most peptides are only 3 to 5 amino acids. They're not big things, and that's why they transport so easy. The biggest thing is getting them into the body. Sublingual works pretty well for most of them. Some of them we can actually swallow because they transport through stomach acid. Sublingual is very nice. You can go transdermal, you can go transnasal. Injectable,
I do it. I just think,
I know you
I think it's
would.
too good to be true.
A lot of people would, but-
I feel that much better.
Yeah, well, I mean, you certainly are guaranteed, so, I mean, it's with anything, I mean, like, let's take ketamine therapy. Yeah, you go IV ketamine, you got to be careful. When we do it nasally, 35% is the average absorption to do it, so legally it's 10%. So we have to give 100 milligrams of ketamine and something protein to get into the factory. So, you know, it's just knowing your chemistry and knowing your pharmacokinetics. That's one thing a lot of people don't know. They don't know the duration of action of a lot of these things. You know, you need to know the duration of action, and you need to know how to do it, especially with testosterone injections, for instance. When you want to clear that receptor, if you're doing intramuscular injections, you won't have plenty of time to clear that receptor. You just don't want your lab level to look very healthy. Because if you're saturating that receptor all the time, that's going to downregulate. And you're not going to have any feel. That's why pellets are tough, because if you overdo pellets and you drive it too high, you'll lose the effect of the testosterone. So you have to kind of feel through the patient. Remember, everybody's receptor is also genetically different, meaning that you can have a sensitive receptor or you can have a resistant receptor. So now this is where AI will never take over. It just won't, because everybody's different. So unless you're going to plug in some type of genetic foundation, the problem is in genetics, there's 1 million SNPs in the database worldwide. I found 120 after 7 years of work that I could utilize to help you with neurological and immunological patients. And I was lucky, I think, to find 120. Because it's not only just having a SNP and knowing what it does, but knowing what it's actually doing. Anything else?
Take a potty break.
Yeah.
And then come back. Okay, we can take a potty break, get out, stretch your legs, and get a drink, and then we're gonna come back, and Dr. Stewart's gonna talk to us about swabbing and DNA. But you should be able to work on that Monday. Oh, yeah.
Store-bought homemade pie. It's not. Well, forget what it is. The nice thing is you can take it a few times a week.
Did you bring any snacks back?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna stick.
Talking to patients. What do you think of it? Yeah, are you looking into setting up with some smaller director? Yeah. Is it cute? Is it so cute? Cool, right?
Right,
Ever changing games. And once you get comfortable with something. Yes.
Let's see here, there are seats right here. If you'd like anything that doesn't look like there's someone to talk about.
Okay, so there's, look right here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right here. There's no one sitting there and there. And then here's these two and okay. And then over there. Yeah. Right here. There's 1, 2, 3 right here and 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then these three.
Point here. And if you'd like a journal or some right behind you, just go ahead.
Yes.
Back there, blowing. Just don't get too close. So it'll be right there. I'll check it. You guys can do your introductions to everybody.
I just sent it. I just sent it to you.
One scientist.
You don't want to lose that, Caitlin?
I know. I actually have a second one, so.
You have a second one, is there? Same name?
Maybe. So it took us about 10 minutes to get out of the actual. I think I died for about 5 minutes in the car.
You know, when you don't know, you get a lot of.
That was messed up.
I made joke about one of the things.
Twice.
So you get back on for spice.
I didn't. That's exactly what I was yelling about. There's spice.
There's stuff in there.
Okay. Bells ringing in here. Newcomers. All right, let's all come gather around. It's time to move forward. I'm super excited about this next segment. And I'll talk to you guys about it as soon as we all gather around. We are, yes. Dr. Kirsten will find her spot. So thank you all, the newcomers. We're happy to have our Chicago. Let's go Chicago. And we're gonna still see trickling in. Like I said, a lot of people didn't close the clinic or they're coming in today, so we're gonna see more folks arrive. Dr. Lundquist will be here momentarily, probably within the next hour. And there's more folks coming in tonight, so tomorrow we'll even have another table or two. But for today, I'm so thankful that you're all here, and we are going to go into this next segment. So, how many of us met Dr. Stewart before? Not this previous hour, but before. Yes? So a couple people have seen Dr. Stewart before. His name is Kendall Stewart. He's on your program. I highly recommend you Google him. Here's his name and who he is. He is an amazing, unbelievable doctor that has created a couple of lines that's out of this world. And my goal, they're personal friends of mine. His wife is one of my very best friends. Back here at the back, Cherry Stewart is his wife, one of my very dearest friends. We have the privilege of going to church together. We've got kids that are friends. And I just absolutely love these people, very much love these people. And what has happened is he is getting to a point to where maybe he's not going to be able to keep going for the next 100 years. And I don't want what he's created to die. And so I am out, y'all heard me talking about him, y'all heard me talking about the slugs. And so I want him to go into what he created himself and the benefit that this is for our patients and in the supplement world. So without any further delay, Dr. Kendall Stewart.
Thank you, Kim. I really appreciate that. How many of you guys sell supplements? How many of you guys really feel like you know what you're doing when you sell supplements? Okay. Yeah, so that's the biggest problem. Now, what I'm going to tell you is my background is I'm a neurologist by training. I'm a neurosurgically trained. I used to do craniotomies every day. That was my job. And basically would help the neurosurgeons approach skull-base tumors. And I realized that by fault that I was given a bunch of patients that nobody wanted. Vertigo, we mentioned here earlier today, autism, ADD, horrible migraine headaches that were intractable and nobody could stop. And so those people wound up in my office. And what actually happened is I realized I had to have some way to help these people. And so about 20 years ago, I got interested in a new area of medicine called neurotrophic medicine. How can we create an environment in your body to give you the best advantage to recover from any disease state, especially in the neurological state? And what that led me into was that we had to pay attention to nutrition. We had to have some tools that were really not currently available at the time, okay? And so what eventually happened, to make a very long story short, is we used diagnostic tests. I eventually opened a world-class genetic lab in 2016 in nutrigenomics, which is the newest form of genetics. You guys know about exome sequencing, right? Exome sequencing is what I call doom and gloom. If you have that gene, I'm sorry, you're screwed. Okay, we can't do anything about it. Make sense? Who wants to hear that? Anybody? No. The second is pharmacogenetics. You're probably aware of that. Pharmacogenetics tells us how the liver breaks down a particular drug, what we can use, what dose we can use, is it dangerous, is it not? And that's great too, but then nutrigenomics tells us about nutritional pathways of basically the way a nutrient enters the body, it's transported to a cell, it's converted through the cell and used at its endpoint, okay? And what it does is it tells us very quickly how you were built and what you need and what you don't need, okay? That changed everything for us, which means we had an objective way to indicate what people needed, okay? Because when you go down to the store and you start buying supplements, how do you know that you need them? You know, okay? So we want to tell you something. Do you think your patients are taking supplements even if you haven't recommended it? Well, the literature tells us that 81% of US adults now take a supplement. It also tells us that the average consumer is $61 per month in millennials and $129 a month for baby boomers. 10%, less than 10% of these supplements are actually checked for purity and made through GMP processes. GMP processes, guess where most of the raw products for supplements come from? China. Where else? India. Okay? In fact, at the University of Texas, I was a team doctor. We had to keep our athletes from going to GNC because we went in, we took 10 protein powders off the shelves at GNC, and guess how many of them have high levels of arsenic? Nope, only 7 out of the 10. Okay? Makes sense. So, CGMP products are basically made according to FDA guidelines where you check the purity of the raw products, you recheck the purity once you mix them, and then you can only put on the label what's absorbable. So if you buy a 500 milligram calcium down at Walmart, how much do you absorb? 50 milligrams, 1/10 in calcium. So there are percentages of absorption. So when we report on a CGMP product that you have 300 milligrams of calcium, it may have 900 in it, but we only put 300 because that's the absorbable amount. Make sense? Now, who doesn't think that the provider shouldn't be recommending the supplements that people take? Where are people getting their information? Pinterest? Okay. Now, did you know only 51% of patients were instructed to take anything by their healthcare professional? Now, that's usually vitamin D. Vitamin D is the #1 recommended by any doctor. Take your vitamin D. And then it's estimated that only 21% of supplements are treating a definable deficiency in adults. Okay? Now, what does that equate to? Well, the people who take supplements are mostly older people. They're women, because you guys are smarter than men. Okay? And they're higher income and higher educated people. But the total industry value is $69 billion per year. And so if we take that and we do a little math and we look at only 21% as really effective supplementation, how much money do we waste or our patients waste on supplements every year? $54 billion. What do you think? Not too good. That's because we're not getting our recommendations in the right place. Now, how many of you feel like in your training that you are trained in nutrition? Very well. That's what I thought. Okay? That's the reason that we're here today, because one, I think you need to know something about nutrition. I think it's a really important part of health. Okay? And I'm not just talking about dietary stuff. I'm talking about supplementation and replacing deficiencies. So if you have a low vitamin D in your patient, what do you recommend? Vitamin D. But the problem is, for the majority of supplements that can really be beneficial, there's not really a great blood test or a plasma test to tell us that we need it. So we've got to have some other way to objectively identify. How many of you like to sell things in the office? You like to do that? I hate it. We're actually taught it was immoral to sell stuff in the office. And I was even trained in cosmetic surgery, so, okay. Well, the thing is, if we have an objectified test that tells us that you have a need, guess who doesn't have to sell it? You don't. Make sense? Very simple stuff. Now, what happened is I wound up selling my genetic company to a large multi-billion-dollar company in Europe. I wound up selling 75% of my supplement company because what we did is we built them together. I built supplements that were specific for genetic weaknesses. Now, how many of you know that in supplementation, God makes recipes? How many things can you make with sugar? How many things can you make with sugar alone? Now, when you build a supplement, guess what the expense, most of the expense is? At least half of it, the packaging. That's correct. So why not, if you really know what you're doing, why not put everything together that belongs together so we can lessen the number of bottles that somebody has to take? If I gave you 3 bottles with 20 things in it that were right for you, you think you'd stick on that a little better than if I gave you 20 bottles? But the industry thought, we're going to sell one thing for 1 bottle. Well, how many people get the recipe right? Nobody. So the problem is different people bought the companies. Okay? I still own 25% of Neurobiologics, but the problem is when the person who bought Neurobiologics saw the way we really recommended things with genetics, they decided that they would do something very unique. They decided to spend a lot of money in building a regimen builder for providers, which means they wanted to simplify the process. That when you get genetics, if I hand you 120 genes on a piece of paper, how many of you can pick the right supplement? Has anybody ever brought a 23andMe report into you? Yeah, did you like that? No. Okay. So we created a company called MBX Wellness. MBX Wellness basically is a bunch of professionals that are really in different avenues, but basically we make CGMP nutraceutical formulas that are genetically specific. We provide testing services, and what we have is modern responsive technologies. I wanted to be able to have a genetic test and have an engine where you had to spend less than 3 minutes to read the entire test and produce the report. How does that sound? How many of you love medical records? You know why I have a PA and a nurse practitioner? So I don't have to do medical records. Okay, because I hate it. I hate it. Okay, sorry, that's the stuff. So basically, we looked at how in the world can we teach nutrition fairly effectively. Well, we decided on a clinical approach. In order for you to heal or to be healthy and aging, we have to maintain a specific process. How many of you know inflammation is a terrible problem in the world? Okay. How about autophagy? Are you all familiar with that term? The ability to clean cells, that's the cause of most old people diseases, meaning the inability to clean debris out of the cells. That's Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, diabetes, fatty liver, all those old people diseases that nobody wants. We then have neurotransmitters. Most people come to the family practice doctor for what major complaints? Inflammation is one of them for sure, right, of all types. Arthritis, joint pain, back pain, et cetera, right? What's the second? Sleep, anxiety, neurotransmitter related stuff, right? These are all big deals. Make sense? Okay, and then they come in with all the other things, UTIs and all the other things you deal with. But those first two ones are big ones. Okay? We then have methylation, mitochondria detoxification, and we have all the essential vitamins, diet, gastrointestinal, et cetera. And we address all of these in a single genetic test. Okay? Now this genetic test can be done for very efficiently for a low amount of money, meaning that we charge you somewhere around $129 for it. Whatever you charge for it is your business. You understand what I'm saying? Now, that's a one-time test. You don't need to recheck genetics. So you're not going to make the money off the genetic test. But what you are going to do is have a process spit out to where the patient will see that they need a specific supplement because they have a genetic weakness, and you don't want them having to sell it to them at all because it's right there on the table. Am I making sense? Everybody follow me? How's it? Yeah, I need some feedback. Okay? Now, what sets us apart is this unique nutrigenomic testing recommendation engine. Okay? It's what we call a regimen builder. Okay? So it'll basically pull up all the genetics in the specific sequence that you choose, and it will pull up the products that actually match those genetic things, and you pick the one or two that you want for the patient. Okay? And we'll show you how it works in a minute. But then we have these specific supplements because I don't want to. I can tell you for a fact, I've been doing supplementation very heavily since 2007. I cannot hand a man more than 4 or 5 things to do, including prescriptions. You understand? They will not continue to do it. Now, you women are unique. A lot of times you will follow a process and do it very well. But men are notoriously terrible patients, and so are teenagers. Am I right? Do you guys have rules like that? I mean, I'm not going to give a teenage boy more than 3 or 4 things to do, even if he thinks he can grow muscles and attract girls, you know? Okay? Now, what we offer is education and contents. We have a free e-store. What was very important when I essentially sold this company to Mr. Henn is that when you approach physicians or practices, we want to be able to offer things free up front. We do not need any money from your practice. You understand? So you're going to find out we will build you a free website. Everything is free because I want to partner with people in order for you to find out that this stuff works. Is that making sense? Okay. Now, this is what's unique about it. People say, well, how do I even sell a genetic test? Well, let's say a person comes into you and y'all asked me a question a while ago. How do I know which IV is really appropriate for hormones? Well, I would tell you that you would get a genetic test and you know exactly which IV is best for that patient. And you wouldn't be wasting your money or your time getting the wrong IV. Because there are genetics in our test that can tell you whether a vitamin C IV is the perfect choice for you. There are genetics that tell us whether NAD is qualified that patient would benefit from. Okay? So,
Somebody help me. Don't think I know what this is? Sounds like I know, I was gonna say, it sounds like it's coming from out there. It sounds like it's upstairs.
See if we can get everybody back in here.
See if we all get everyone back in here.
Somebody.
It was a blood pressure, yeah. Nullifier.
We have to have a water tank and there's water flowing. Sorry, sorry. Just we know how to turn it off.
All right.
I'm sorry.
So what I typically, now my patients are a little different because my patients come from all over with severe problems. And so they know they need a genetic test before they walk into my office. Okay, and a lot of them come with it. But for you, what's really important, if you have people that are taking supplements, what a genetic test can tell you is what supplement is needed for the patient, and just as importantly, what supplement is not needed for that patient. How many of you know that multivitamins do nothing for just about anybody? And do you know what the number one selling vitamin in the world is? Essential. Okay, doing nothing. Nothing. Okay? We won't know what IV therapies will be beneficial for you. We can predict which labs we need to follow more closely based on your genetics. Genetics allow us to prioritize the importance of your supplements. So very typically, I might have somebody who's got terrible genetics and actually needs 9 different supplements. Well, by looking at the genetics though, I can determine which ones are the most important. So if it's an economic problem for them, I would say, well, these are the 3 that I really think you should be on. Okay? And I think you can probably get away with not being on these. Okay? And then lastly, we can also tell from those genetics if hormone therapy is safe for you. Okay? So we can look at risk versus reward. Now, if you want to get into all the details, I would love to teach you all the details of genetics, but this is built for simplicity. Okay? We don't want to spend a whole lot of time going through all the details every time. When you're in the office, you want to see patients and you want to get things done, and you want to get the information to them, you want to get them educated, you got to get them the next person, right? Okay. So nutrigenomics is basically just looking at single nucleotide polymorphisms. These are specific base changes in a gene. The problem is there are lots of these. And you're going to find out for one of these next slides, there's actually over 1 million genetic SNPs identified in the worldwide database. So trying to go through all these and find ones that are really applicable took us a long time, but it tells us about a nutrient's absorption, delivery, metabolism, elimination, and biological effect. And it's basically a scientifically rational means to know what you need, because that's what we're all looking for. You want proof that you need something. You would never probably put somebody on a thyroid that you didn't check your thyroid, would you? Would people call that malpractice? Maybe. Some people probably would. I don't necessarily think experienced physicians need that, but we got to deal with people with it. Okay? So this is a simple form of polymorphism. It's more than 90% of all the DNA polymorphisms. There's more than 1 million identified. And the problem is, of these millions, some can be completely important and some can be completely benign and mean nothing. Okay? So the MTHFR, you guys know that one, right? The 677 and the 1298. Do you know how many MTHFRs there really are in the worldwide database? There's 110. 110 MTHFRs in the worldwide database. It just so happens those 2 that we know of are important. We know those are clinically important, where the rest of them don't make one bit of difference. Okay? So basically, we have identified 118 clinically specific ones that you will get in the genetic test for your patient. Okay? Many of these, well, I've already told you the question. Okay? And basically it comes back to simple genetics. We got wild type, which is negative, negative. We got heterozygous, which is positive, negative, which you have 2 genes that are abnormal, homozygous, 2 genes that are positive. And then X-linked, which means only one any of the 2. Okay? Now, the business model was very, very straightforward. We wanted to give you exclusive provider-specific supplements. How many of you
sell supplements in your office that can also be purchased on Amazon. Okay, does that make you happy? No. Okay. So we realized that because Neurobiologics, my old company, there were lots of people that sold them on Amazon. So it was kind of hard. This new NBX Wellness, you will not be able to buy anywhere close to Amazon. The only way you can buy it is through your patient signing up on your website, and once they sign up on your website, they cannot buy it anywhere else. You understand? Professional specific supplements. These are GMP certified for purity, and they're professional only formulas. They are not to be sold on Amazon or in Walmart or anywhere else. Okay? Now, you're going to notice that the new ones have new names. I can tell you that there's new labeling, and this will go on over the next year as these transition. I have upgraded these formulas to be better than the previous formulas. Okay, so if you have taken previously neurobiologics, you're going to find out these are actually much more effective because we do learn a lot of information as we use supplements as to how we can design them. Okay, now in your bag that you got there, I have 3 different samples. Okay, and I wanted to, and you may not have all of them because 2, you only put 2 in there too. Okay. Okay. So I wanted to go over them just to show you now. The ones that I put in there, nighttime calming and full focus. Okay. Now, how do you know when a supplement works? How do you know when a medicine works? You feel something, okay? So I put those in there on purpose. Don't try them unless you're ready to like them. Okay? Because when you use pharmaceutical grade supplementation and we get the ratios right, these actually work. And when we put people on supplementation, I can tell you I do this every day. People will get on that, will feel better, they will blow off all of their supplements, and they'll come back to Dr. Stewart and say, Dr. Stewart, I stopped all my supplements, I don't feel as good, I want to get started again. You understand? Or the college kid goes off and his mom's been giving him supplements the whole time he's in high school, goes off to college and blows off his supplements, and they walk in there during Christmas break and say, tell Dr. Stewart what you did. You understand? So these are a couple, I put a few in here just to explain to you. So this is methylation complete. This is a significant methylation of folate and B12 formula. So a homo-FOLR, a homo-MTHFD, you don't have to memorize this. An MTHFR67 or a combination will tell us that this supplement is needed. Okay, now methylation, without having genetics, it is impossible to know whether methylfolate is needed. You do not have a good symptom for methylation deficiency. You have a variety of symptoms, okay? So it's always nice to have some type of indication that you need it. This is to overcome low levels of methylfolate, methyl B12, and this is the strategy. And some of you, I think Cherry has a sample of that, so if any one of you has an MTHFR, these are sublingual melts. And we actually designed these for the autistic kids that used to get methyl B12 injections every day. So we designed transdermal lotions and sublingual candies for them so they didn't have to get injections every day. Okay? The ones you do have in your case, this is the nighttime calming complex. How many of you recommend melatonin to your patient? No? How many of you recommend magnesium? How about 3 a day? Magnesium 3 a day. Okay. How many of you recommend GABA? Okay, well, I got tired of sending my patients down to the pharmacy where everything was separate and said, oh, try this. And if that didn't work, try this, try this. So what did I decide to do? Put them all in one formula, because one of them worked. Okay, so in the nighttime calming complex, this is for sleep initiation. From a genetic standpoint, if you have a GAB mutation, glutamic acid decarboxylase, or you can't convert glutamate to GABA, this is where you will have people who cannot turn their brain off and go to sleep at night. Okay? It also is for poor sleep initiation and also for melanocyte stimulating hormone deficiency. Have y'all ever checked MSH? You may be shocked. We have a new resistant staph in the nose we call Marcans. It has a biofilm on it. And it actually makes an exotoxin that actually decreases melanocyte stimulating hormones, so those people cannot make melatonin. Okay? And so we actually use a topical nasal spray with EDTA to pull apart the biofilm, and we use gentamicin topically to essentially kill that staph to bring your MSH back up and try to get sleeping mode. So you may actually measure a melanocyte stimulating hormone in somebody who has severe insomnia, and you may be surprised. Okay? So what it has in it is valerian root, chamomile, passion flower, magnesium 3-8, melatonin, L-theanine, and GABA. It does not have a high dose of melatonin. Okay? We are not looking at superdosing melatonin. Okay?
Kind of magnesium?
Not necessarily. The problem with magnesium, the one's my favorite is mag-3-8, but the problem with mag-3-8 is it's pricey. Then we have mag-glycinate, which I also really like for sleep initiation. And so this one I think is the glycinate. Okay, but it's not like a super dose of it. Because the concept here is if we hit every natural pathway to help initiate sleep, we'll be more successful than if we're targeting one or two of them. Yes, sir.
Can you expand more on your comment about melatonin?
So melatonin's a hormone, so we got a melanocyte stimulating hormone, we're supposed to secrete melatonin. The problem is receptors of melatonin are down-regulated, meaning that once they get saturated, they will down-regulate and become less sensitive. So typically you want to limit your melatonin dose, especially in kids, to probably 2 milligrams. In adults, probably 3 to 5. That's kind of an argument among some people. A lot of people will go to 10 to 20, and I don't think that's going to do you well over time. They help you for a few nights, but then overall, you'll actually lose the effect from the melatonin.
Hey, have you heard about the guys doing that 400 milligrams?
Sure, so actually melatonin in high dose is an antiviral. So we do have some protocols, and there's actually literature on it for doing high dose melatonin to treat neurological inflammatory syndromes. Neurologists, I feel, will probably be able to comment on this as much as I can.
Yeah, I've seen, for, old infections and, so I actually wanted to ask you a question regarding the well versus the journal part.
Sure.
I know the journal are well, for sure.
So remember, in CGMP products, everything has to be absorbable to be on the label. So the amount that's on the label is the absorbable amount based on the standards of chemistry that we deal with. So I fight with chemists all the time when we're designing supplements, because they'll give me the percentage of absorption based on the root, and I'm saying, well, this is the concentration I want at the plasma level, and so we fight all the time trying to come up with solutions. Okay? So yes, we're very aware of bioavailability. But always remember, if you turn one of our bottles over, you're seeing the absorbable amount of that nutrient. That's required by the FDA. Okay? And then the last one, which is one of the most people's favorite, this one's called full focus evolved. Now, do not smell it. Okay, the problem is, So when I was making this, I was using a lot of methyl donors, and I wasn't I wasn't as clever as I am now, okay? And a great methyl donor is actually methionine, and SAMe, you've probably heard of it before. The problem is it contains a lot of sulfur. And in fact, that's what we make with the thiamine from. And so, don't smell it, but anytime I've talked about changing this, people will essentially freak out and come out of their chairs because this tends to work so well for people. So this relative combination of green coffee bean extract with magnesium, tyrosine, SAMe, taurine, TMG, bacopa, and L-methionine works extremely well. And in fact, I don't even have to sell this once people try it, it's like, they like it, so it's an alternative, it's not an overstimulator, you don't have to, it's not anything that improves dopamine outcome, it improves the turnover or the quickness of dopamine. So it actually works for your COMT mutations, your MAO mutations, your MTHFR, we have trouble making as much dopamine, so it helps the dopamine turnover. Okay? So try it, it's in your box. None of these will hurt you. Everybody always asks about interactions. So I tell them, these are food-based products. What can you put in soup? Anything you want. It might not taste good. And don't smell that full focus. Okay? But you can put anything in there, okay? And you're not going to get any type of interaction. Okay? Now, with the business model, here's what happens. You basically, you don't have to use the genetics. I mean, it's not a necessary thing, but you swab the patient in the office, send it off. It comes back about 10 days later. It basically comes back to a computer interface, and then that patient will be ready for a genetic review. Now, the review is basically a process where we use what's called the regimen builder. Okay? And the regimen builder is specifically for the provider to read and decide what's important for that patient based on the genetics. Now, here's the thing. You can actually know nothing about the genetics and still use the regimen builder, because the regimen builder will pull up the exact products that are indicated for the genetic weaknesses you have. Now, most people are not happy with that, but you don't want to have to go through an intensive course of learning all the nutrigenomics in order to be able to read a test. So you can get away with this knowing nothing, or if you want to take those genetics and look at them separately, you'll be amazed at what you can learn from the genetics, and you would learn over time. Okay? Now, it's based on the clinical process of us taking people through important steps of recovery and anti-aging, inflammation control, autophagy, methylation, mitochondrial imaging, detoxification. But remember, these will also spit out what IVs are necessary or will be beneficial for your patient. You don't necessarily need a glutathione IV unless you have some type of interruption in your glutathione production or conjugation. Does that make sense? So it's very easy for me to tell who needs a glutathione IV and who doesn't when I get the genetics back. And it's also not hard to sell it when I tell them, how long have you been on this earth? And you know what? You're only 70% as effective at making glutathione, and then in your skin or your sinuses or your mucosal surfaces, you're terrible at binding chemicals. So how much do you think's accumulated over time? Make sense? So what happens in the regimen builder is we will tell you for the specific thing where the mutations were found or not. Meaning, did we find something genetically? And then what will happen is it will actually go to this face, and this face actually gives us a little speedometer that actually tells us in the different areas where you may want to pay more attention. So in this patient, inflammation is a little bit of a problem, okay? But clearly autophagy is a really big problem. Now in people who are not elderly and don't have autophagy-based diseases, autophagy is a problem with insulin resistance. Now, the highest energy organ in the body is the nervous system. It's actually the retina, the cochlear vestibular system, followed by the brain, okay? So if we have a mild autophagy problem to moderate autophagy problem, we're gonna get into insulin resistance in the nervous system way before that A1C ever goes anywhere. By the time the A1C is in trouble, it's way too late. That's why it's determined to be pre-diabetes, because it's already way too late. You have enough debris in the cell where you can't even transport the glucose. And we're actually learning that it may be up to 20 years premature, meaning that we'll see neurological issues, because when you, how many of you been around a 3-year-old kid? Are they calm? No, they're wired. So the nervous system is backwards. When it gets low in energy, instead of calming down, it hikes up. it becomes hypersensitive. You give too much insulin to somebody, they fall on the floor and seize. They don't just pass out, they seize. So insulin resistance creating a problem in, let's say, a teenage brain that needs even more energy than an adult brain. If we don't solve that or help with that, we're going to have a very symptomatic teenager. So autophagy is a really big deal. I think it's the biggest discovery that I've ever seen in chemistry. Okay? Sorry, I'm preaching now. And then what it'll do is it'll pull up the genes tested. It will spit out the products that actually match those specific genetic weaknesses. Now, I would not pick all of them. I would pick one, or maybe two, at the most, depending on how bad that patient was. So what you would then do is you would essentially pick one, okay? In this case, they picked two, okay? And then what it does, you say save regimen, and it stores it right there in your regimen. And that's what's going to be delivered to the patient. And then we go through it for autophagy. Now, on autophagy, I typically only pick one, two. You don't want to overload these people with supplements. You want to get their attention first. There's two types of people. There's people that you get them on the supplements, they feel better, they're happy. You didn't overload them. You're not looking like a pill pusher. You know what I mean? There are some people that will go to the website and buy everything. Okay, makes sense? And you let those people do it if they want to do it, but that's not what your business is. Your business is to provide the supplements that are necessary for the benefit of your patient. Right? And then the neurotransmitters come through, and I will pick one. And then we go through this for methylation, we go through it for detoxification and mitochondria. Now, in these, we're also looking at IV. It will specifically say in your report, IV vitamin C would be highly recommended for this patient. IV glutathione would be highly recommended for this patient. NAD may be beneficial for this patient, you understand? So that we don't have to sit there and judge. Are you fatigued? Should we try? Because if you add another $200 onto the IV for that NAD, it better work. Am I right? And then never come back for one. And then what it does, it spits out this report. So this report goes to the patient. You can email it to them, you can print it, you can do whatever you want. But basically it goes through that and it shows something. So I'd say to this person, well, your mom and daddy didn't do you much favor in your genetics. You understand? Because there is quite a few genes we found. But what we're going to recommend for your inflammation, it basically tells the recommendations that you pick, and then it describes the supplements at the bottom for them, so you don't have to spend so much time in educating the patient. Now, sometimes there are some people you have to handhold and say, well, I've had good experience with this. This is kind of how it works. Same thing for autophagy, same thing for neurotransmitters. And then basically that's given to the patient, and the whole idea is to simplify the process for you so you don't feel like a salesman. Okay? You're going to get people those products that they need, not just want, but what they need. Okay? You're ultimately going to save them money because they're probably taking stuff at home that's really not doing much for them. Because without glucose and energy, how good can a supplement work? Can it do anything? Nope. Okay. So you sign up for a free provider account. I can show you my website if you'd like to see it. It is free. We design a website for your practice for free. Okay. It is a very elegant website. These are very talented web designers. And then you start recommending your products and using the regimen builder. Now, I would encourage you, if you're going to consider doing this, I would probably offer a special on the genetic testing and get, you may get it for $199. I mean, that's can be a big play for some people, but if you actually have somebody who's talking to them and making them understand why they're doing this, because if they're coming into your office for IVs, I think that's an easy sell. We got to know which IVs are really good for you, or we're wasting your time and money. And you want to get benefit. If you're going to take time to come in here and get IVs, And then whatever we use in the IV, we want to make sure we get you some supplements so we can potentiate the good effects from all the therapies we're doing. So it's not a hard sell to me, but I'm used to doing it. I know I'm new. Practice what I'm trying to do for you guys, because you're already so busy, is try not to interrupt the flow of the practice too much and require too much time. You know what I'm saying? And if you got a larger practice, I would probably even have somebody, medical assistant or somebody on staff who's actually in charge of visiting with the patients about their supplementation. Okay? So in my practice, we actually were found out that my patients are 82% compliant year to year with their supplements because they are recommended, and also because when I pick them, I know that if they stop them, they're probably not going to feel as good. Okay? Well, thank you very much for having me.
Any questions for Dr. Stewart before he has to head out?
Yeah. And when the patient goes on, right, and is it auto shipped to them?
So you have two ways of doing it. So Katrina, for instance, in her clinic, she likes to buy it and then Keystone mark it up so she hands something to the patient when they're there. Other than that, they can be auto shipped to the patient. There's a subscription model, so they can go on and they can subscribe to it. And then what'll happen is they handle the shipping, they handle everything, and you get a 30% check. Now, we pay every week. Okay, we do not like waiting to the end of the month and waiting for your check. So we cut checks every week for the people. So in supplement sales, it's the initial process is hard because you're not seeing the cash flow that you really want to. But then what happens is if you do it effectively and you work at it, you look up a couple of years from now and you'll get $2,000 or $3,000 a week flowing into your account because you've got people who generated enough interest, they're going back to reorder. And they really patients love subscription models. I don't care for it myself. I'm a one bottle at a time guy. I'm not a sign up for subscription. A lot of patients love that. And you get 30% of that. Okay? And that's all negotiable because, I mean, this is not Metagenics or a Thorne or something. I mean, this is a medium-sized supplement company. And so there's also it's a lot more personalized than you would have with those really big supplement companies.
Any more questions? Yes.
I'm gonna ask you, when you do the analysis, and the patient, let's say, gets sick of a certain degenerative issue.
Sure.
Can you, before they get sick, based on the genetic analysis, can you give them some information about essentially the recovery time? Say they aren't taking supplements, just in general, just like the information.
The answer is yes, because when we're looking at interleukins, I can show you patterns, especially in the interleukins, that are, well, you'll be shocked at how common they come up in your patients, because I know you're probably.
Yes.
So you'll be shocked that when you see the interleukin 5. So interleukin 5 in particular, when it's mutated, you have a problem controlling viral activity. So those are the people that get shingles, they get neuropathy, they get all the viral infections. We also see the CTLA4, the SOCS1, and I call them the off switches. So you see those people have trouble turning off inflammation. It's an issue. So it's very easy to see that kind of stuff if you want to dive into it.
And is that in their report? You put that in their report?
No, not from this company. This company is about selling supplements. Now, if you want more information, you can go to DX Sciences, and that's where we actually have some reports that basically tell you prescription medicines that are available and all that type of stuff. It will not make specific supplement recommendations. So as you get more sophisticated, you may go that way. So that's what I use in my office. I mean, I can tell when I need glutamate blocker, NPE blocker, I can downregulate basically the activity of the system. Or I have a glutamate issue after concussion, and I block the glutamate storm. So the long and short of it is, it just depends on the situation. This is built for simplicity.
Okay. So you can also see if there are different medications, see also those medications surrender them as well.
You can also do pharmacogenetics. With this company, pharmacogenetics costs $199. The problem is you don't know how to read. So, for my autistic patients, so I have over 3,000 autistic patients. And basically, I require pharmacogenetics for all my autistic patients if I can't have them film, which medicine is actually how they do it. So I never want to do it. That's why. And then some adults, if they have sensitivity, I'll make them. In general, it's just my method for knowing, having some type of objective indicator of need. Yes, scientists use call them. I'm the medical director there. I created the fund, but I don't have no
Okay, let's just break 5 minutes, run to the restroom, and before they'll be cutting out here pretty quick. They brought some different things. Cherries are available to talk to you. They've got some different things. If y'all want to talk to them for a few minutes before they leave, run to the restroom. Let's come back in about 6 minutes, and we're going to hear from Dr. Lamb and the Lamb family. So run to the restroom, come back. You want to talk to them? See you in a few minutes. If I was just full of different kinds of drinks, grab you some fruit, chips, or something if you need a little snack.
It is blissful. It's the guest.
My nurse had been there. Yeah.
I'm learning a lot. I'm glad I came on
Joe. Well, they said Joe, but very close. Hey, did you want a water? Thank you. Either. Yeah, there's little sandwiches. It's actually good. You like cheese?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
No. One. No. Yes. I mean, they can ask. They can
Okay, all right. Yes,
Yeah, all the ones over there with coffee. It's like vintage heaters. Yeah. It's got cold.
No, it's just couple days.
Pardon?
We're talking to each other. We.
No, ours remember.
Oh, I said keep it out.
Film her. Pensacola. 18 degrees. I Not ours. It's just so much fun to get to the airport.
So we have yours right here, and all we do is the slideshow here.
My brother and I already
Or we can just go ahead and just do it.
We're at
Plan the show.
Well, hopefully it'll all be clear when we get home on Sunday.
Money for sure. I don't think it's a good thing, but I think all these people that are IV bags, they're also following up with certain supplements too. Because you got it covered. Whereas instead of paying for this, sorry, let's try that. There are supplements that are well, one making them sustainable. Right, right, they want together. Exactly. What's that? Well, yeah, that was flying over my head. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a couple of things, but I was just like, but I get the concept.
She wanted mine. She wanted mine. Yeah, I know it's enormous.
We can vote whatever.
They pull that. So, I can try. Okay, so we're going to get to the end of the show.
What do you want?
Joe just got up and walked away. I still got
Okay. Are we ready to get started again? Everybody try to make your way back to your seats, if you would, please. All right, guys, let's have a seat, and we're gonna end the day with a really fun, great topic and a wonderful family. But before we go into that, I wanted to get a show of hands for dinner. We have another building that we're gonna have dinner in. Jan has cooked dinner. I think they've been grilling chicken, we've got grilled chicken, and she's got a homemade Parmesan sauce that is to die for, with some salad and pasta. It's got some garlic bread. So if you want to stay for dinner, will be around 6. So if you show me your hands, I want to make sure that we're prepared for dinner. How many is gonna hang around and have dinner with us? Raise your hand if you're gonna be here for dinner. Okay, most all leaving. Y'all are not, y'all are leaving? Okay, all right. So everybody else, y'all are all leaving for dinner? Probably not dinner. Okay. All right, okay, that's good. That's all I needed to know. And if not, when the lamps are done, y'all are free to go and enjoy your evening. Those of you that are gonna hang around with us and have fun with us, we're gonna go over to the villa. If you don't know where the villa is, just follow us and we'll go over there and we'll have a fun evening together, okay? Now, the Lamb family, most people have met the Lambs. They have Lamb family practice. They are in Orange County. Have an absolutely outstanding practice. If you are ever wanting to go and tour a practice that's got it going on, I would highly recommend you go visit the Lamb family. They're the most precious people, their whole entire family. It's a sister and a brother that are the doctors, a dad, a doctor, and their whole entire family is involved in their clinic, and they're amazing. And it seems like every time I find a problem, this man finds the solution. He's very, very, very smart, intelligent man on the backside of the practice, on the processes and the system inside our practice. So I wanted them to speak today, and this is Jeremy Lamb, and we welcome you. Justin, Jeremy's over here. Sorry.
All right, quick show of hands, how many people actually have a virtual assistant in here? So most people here, a couple of them, okay. So presentation will go kind of through, the first part will be just basic introduction to virtual assistants, you guys can get familiar with that. And then we'll have a section later on just to kind of go through maybe how you can utilize your virtual assistants more, and get some more ideas, tools and tips, how you can maximize the virtual assistants' time and usage. For those who don't know, medical virtual assistants, they're real people, they have real degrees, they're based in the Philippines, and they have clinical hospital experience, and they basically help you in your practice with anything that you need virtually. So anything on a computer, they can help you with. So if you have insurance, customer service, administration, scribing,
it's anything short of. Hello? Is it battery?
Battery?
Can you guys hear me?
Let me go get it.
Okay. Yeah, so basically anything short of touching the patient, they can help you out with here. We utilize the Philippines because they basically have data privacy acts that are very similar and mimic the American HIPAA and high-tech acts. They also deal with Americans a lot already. You know, virtual staffing is a really big industry. If you call banks, or you call any Amazon or anything like that, that's basically a virtual assistant picking up the phone and they're answering the phone from the Philippines, basically. So the English sounds good. The other place that's very common is India. I'm sure you've heard that on the phone too. They definitely don't sound as great as Filipinos. They can really help your practice out, improve your efficiency, enhance the patient care, and they really help maximize your profit and save costs. It really costs $9.95 an hour to hire a virtual assistant, and stuff like a medical assistant is going to cost you like $20 an hour. Right, so you save half the price there. They can help you manage your inbox and your calendar, so scheduling, contacting patients, rescheduling appointments. They can help you with documentation, submitting like medical records, pulling medical records, uploading documents into patients' files, getting referrals. They can help you manage referrals, talk to other doctors' offices, schedule and coordinate those referrals for you. And then medical scribing for practitioners, that's really beneficial as well here. So if you do scribing, it can basically, before the patient comes in, before you're the doctor or a provider goes into the office or the
So before the doctor goes into the room, the virtual assistant can prep a chart, and the program will do that this year. And they're in the room with you, scribing in real time, listening in real time with you. And afterwards, post-visit, they can actually be sending out labs, prescribing prescription refills. They can be sending out supplements as well for you if you use full script or anything like that. So it can really help you streamline your process and save your time. We found that on average, 30% of practitioners are able to see more patients, 30% more patients with the virtual medical scribe. So if you're in a 4-day work week like the doctor wants to have, this may be a good option for you here. Enhanced patient care is really good. We're getting a lot of these phone calls with phone tag with patients, where everybody hates that. So again, we provide phone support, customer support for you, appointment coordination, scheduling your appointments, calling for appointment reminders to make sure patients show up on time, and we give you personalized care, all of that stuff. It's the real person you're talking to, it's not just a robot on the phone or like an iPad where you press one for this and all that stuff. All of that stuff is beneficial as well. Quick case study on that. We work with an NPE Provider Surgical office here in California. They were getting over 5,000 calls a month. Over 40% of them were abandoned. They were getting missed. So that's over 2,000 missed calls a month they were getting. The average wait time for a call was 7 minutes. The patient was holding on the phone for 7 minutes before they got to talk to somebody. So they got 2 virtual assistants in August, and you can see right off the bat, the missed calls went down to 1,000, so we cut down by 50%. And after the second month, it went down to 250. So big drastic support of reduction there in abandoned calls. Also, wait time was actually going up to 8 minutes before they got us, and we helped them out. In August, we went down to just over 3 minutes, and then in September, just over a minute here. I actually just talked to them last month as well, and they're down to like 26 seconds for a wait time for the patients. So also the patients love that. They get their phone calls answered, they get their questions answered, and not have to wait or hang up and try them later or anything like that. So overall, 86% reduction in the wait times, 88% reduction in abandoned calls. Definitely increasing patient satisfaction level. Insurance tasks are really important as well. We work with Katrina and all their clients too, so we have a system that we can put in place with you guys to help you with insurance. They do verifications, collections, prior authorizations. Because you basically, you're only paying maybe $20 an hour to basically sit on the phone with the insurance company, right, and twiddle their thumbs. So it's much better than a medical virtual assistant do that for you. That frees up your physical assistants to really focus on patient care. People who walk through the door, really focus on them, give them the best service possible. This is another case study where we're helping a client. They had $3.9 million in unpaid claims, and we were able to help them using our virtual assistants actually collect on those claims over $112,000 in revenue in just 4 months. Those claims were over 3 years old, so we were just having our virtual assistants call insurance companies, say, hey, what's going on, why did these claims get paid, submit medical records, file appeals for them, and basically get money out of basically lost. So once again, very affordable, it's $9.95 an hour. There's no overtime. We don't have to worry about time and a half. You don't have to worry about benefits, taxes, social security, health benefits, any of that stuff. It's just a flat rate, as far as that goes. Just reiterating the services here. If you guys have any questions, you can always kind of talk to me. We're working hands-on, we're trying to help everybody solve their problems. Like Katrina said, I like to solve problems for people. All right, and right now we're offering a 2-week free trial. So you can try the virtual assistant for 2 weeks, 40 hours a week, 80 hours in total, absolutely free. You know, see if it fits in your practice, see if it fits in your workflows. You know, no risk, no muscle fussing like that. So that's basically the general overview of virtual assistants. This next portion can kind of really go over how to make sure your virtual assistants are maximizing performance here. And what we found is really good is to have key performance indicators, KPIs. How many people know what KPIs are? A couple of people here, yeah. So KPIs are basically measurable statistics, items that demonstrate how effectively a virtual assistant is achieving a key business objective. You know, so it really helps to improve patient care and helps to allocate resources and evaluate how the virtual assistant is performing here. So a couple of them I already kind of mentioned. So if you have customer service, and even if you don't have a virtual assistant, these are good metrics to know just in your practice to see how your practice is performing, right? What is the average handle time for a call? How long is one of your assistants or your receptionists being on the call for? Right? Abandoned calls, I went through that as well. We definitely don't want to be having a lot of missed calls. That's also a lot of unhappy patients. Industry standard is about 5 to 10%. Also, with each industry, it's going to vary a little bit. But we want to make sure that you're hitting those metrics. And if not, you know, a virtual assistant may be a solution to help you hit those metrics here. Average time to answer, I went over that in case study as well. Industry standard is that you should have an 80-20 rule. So 80% of the calls should be answered within 20 seconds here. And that's what you know, customers like, that's what clients like, to get their calls answered right away. Right? So if you're having somebody like that clinic, they're waiting 7 minutes on the phone, talk to somebody, that's obviously very upsetting for some patients. Right? So definitely something you want to look into clinic at. And if you're reading these, then that's great. If not, definitely something you want to look at and possibly a virtual assistant. You just talk to your phone company, they'll have all these stats pulled up, and so you can just grab them. So whoever your phone account representative is, or if it's Cox or AT&T, they usually have that phone available. You just have to reach out to them and find out how to get it. Other KPIs for insurance, it's going to vary a lot because insurance is so variable between states and companies and whatnot. But on average, you want to see how much your insurance VA is completing how many XXX insurance tasks per day. So if it's insurance verifications, you know, how much insurance verifications can they do per day? Prior authorizations, how many are they doing per day? Eligibilities or anything else collections. You want to kind of measure it out and see how many you can do a day. And so then you want to set those goals for them to make sure that they're achieving those goals there. If they're not, then we'll kind of dive in and say, hey, you're having trouble with everything, you know, maybe you're not understanding, or maybe you're not getting trained in the proper way to do it. And so you want to kind of find out what's going on to make sure that they are doing all those tasks properly and getting optimal time for that. Prescribing, my brother actually talked a little more about prescribing as well. Also prescribing, make sure that there's documentation, accuracy, turnaround time, so we're making sure that, you know, they're keeping up with the doctor and not submitting their notes late or anything, how long it takes. And it's always good to talk to the physicians, if you can describe to them, talk to them and say, hey, how's the scribe working out for you? Are you happy with them? It's good to kind of just evaluate that process, that their relationship with the virtual assistant, you know, and see how that goes. And then I also talk about the patient visit volume as well. When you get a scribe into your practice, you should be able to increase the patient visit volume, so that's going to increase your revenue. And and save you costs from the scribe there to make sure that your money's going to be well spent for that. Next up, we'll just use some tools that you can really use to communicate better or work better with your virtual assistants here. Communication tools is really important because they are based in the Philippines. You do want to make sure that you have open channels of communication for them. Video conferencing, I'm sure everybody knows now, Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft's, those are all really good. What we recommend generally is that you have a Zoom meeting or a Google meeting open for 8 hours in a day, and the virtual assistant basically lives in there. That's kind of the workspace. So if you ever need anything, you can just jump into the meeting, talk to them all the way, tell them what you need done, tell them what tasks you need done, and so it becomes very easy to communicate with them there. As some practices, just have the Zoom meeting, they're open basically at the receptionist table as well, so they can be talking to the MA consistently right there, and just have open lines of communication to the office at all times. That makes them very effective. Chat is also really good. You guys use Slack or Google Chat or Microsoft Teams. Really good ways to communicate virtually too. That everybody here. We use it in the office as well, so it saves time just to walk back to the office or walk to the front of the office as long as we have a chat. Chat line open for anything that's not urgent, so you don't have to go back and forth back to the offices. On WhatsApp is really good. It's basically, I don't know if do you guys know what WhatsApp is? Yes, yeah. Because that works internationally, so you can be calling your virtual assistant at any time of the day or texting. File sharing tools, again, really good stuff to use. Google Drive is awesome because everything is basically real time, so whatever data that they're gathering, your team locally can see it in real time as well. OneDrive is Microsoft's version of that, and Dropbox was kind of like the grandfather of all that file sharing stuff here. But we basically use it for like insurance as an example here. So this is a Google Sheet that we have. Anytime there's a new patient that comes in, the front desk will, like I said, we'll walk in, the front desk will automatically get their information. They'll put it on the spreadsheet right away, all their insurance information. The virtual assistant is seeing it in real time, and they're already grabbing the phone to pick up and call the insurance company. And so they're basically asking about all the stuff that the patient needs to know, and the documents to know, is it deductible, is it out of pocket, what their co-pays are. If you're doing a new physical, what is authorized or maybe eligible for the new physicals. We have our codes listed out there. Allergy testing, you guys do, injections, dilutions, where they're authorized for that. So it becomes very easy. They put the information in, and then the clinic physical staff, they have it already, so they can automatically just go ahead and display the benefits very easily to the patients as well. So it's a very good way to go back and forth on that. Training tools, these are really good to help with training. Tango is a free program, and basically, if you guys don't have any procedures written down or any systems written down or policies written down, this is a really good tool to help you make procedures really easily. We'll pull mine out here just as an example. So this I made out of Tango, and it looks really nice. It has good instructions. You click on add, it's got all these images here, right? Fill in information, all this stuff. And so this looks really nice. We did it with Titanium a long time to make, but I didn't mention it as a virtual assistant in this. And it really only took them like 15 minutes to make all this stuff. Basically, the tool you install on your computer, and it does it in real time. So wherever you're clicking on the screen, it's capturing it, and it's putting it into this file so that you can go and use this for training later on. So whenever you're training somebody, you can have this file pulled up already, and it's good to go. So, and this is free to start off with. So excellent tool here. Loom, you guys have heard of Loom? You guys used Loom before? Yeah, Loom is great. It's a video recording software, so it basically records your screen. Let's see if I can pull this down here. Yeah, so if you guys are training, it's always great to record whenever you're training. That's my sister. Yeah, she's talking about this new SIBO test. And so you can be doing this recording anytime, it's going to get saved online. And so if you're ever having trouble coordinating training times with anybody, or you just want to show somebody something, and you can just record it, it's saved online, just send them the link, they can view it at a time. You know, and they can always put the video on a later date if they're not sure about how to do something, so they can always reference it again. You know, so really going to save time training for all your staff, really, so I highly recommend that as well. Here, it's also free to use as well, so very good, very beneficial. Zoom tree is really good. That's basically like icon or a tree for answering phone calls. So for customer service, it's fantastic. Basically, it's just a script that your virtual assistant will have to use. It will basically give them the prompt and yes or no answers. So whenever we're asking the question to a patient, they can just click on which direction they need to go, and then it'll list the next set of questions they need to ask. Kind of just keep breaking it down from there. So it's very easy for the virtual assistant to get all the information that they need to help the patient out as far as it goes. That one is not free. It is actually quite costly, but it's very beneficial for that. The free version is that you just get an FAQ. So just get a The free version is very simple. You just get a Google Doc, and you put all your questions on there. And as you build it out, you just add more questions on there, and you don't have to be the one adding the questions. Anytime you train somebody, or anytime a virtual assistant or a medical assistant's asking you a question, and you think, hey, that's a good question, so just tell them, hey, they should add that to the FAQ. They should just automatically open this up, put that question in there, and you never have to ask that question again. Anybody ever ask you that question, you say, hey, look at that FAQ, it's on there. You know, and so it builds a database and all the questions that we need to get asked. Anything that the patient will ask, they can just find it on here. That's going to save you time. And they can always refer back to it. They can always be any downtime if comes with visiting and learning it. So they really get to know your practice really well here. So a really good way to help train and keep your staff up to date. Other tools are really great. If you guys do social media, Canva is a really good tool for just basic like photo editing, photoshopping stuff. Very good for that, very easy to use. That's free as well. Buffer is really great for social media scheduling. So really good for that. And the virtual assistant can help you with all that stuff as well. Grammarly is a great tool. We actually give virtual assistants as well. Basically, it's like all spell check or grammar check for anything that you're writing down. And right now, we actually started our training program for virtual assistants. We're training them on how to use ChatGPT, AI software as well. So that's helping them to like draft letters, draft emails really well. Comes out really well spoken with that there. And lastly, password managers. Everybody should be using password managers just for security purposes. In your office as well, if you're sharing passwords around, if you're having one password for different labs, whatever, we should put all that a centralized location, just make sure everything's secure. That way, if anybody leaves or moves on or anything, those passwords are still secure and very easy to change. As far as that goes, you can grant access to the virtual assistant or anybody else for that so that they can have access to it very easily. Keeps things very secure for your office. If you want to scan the link, I put a list and basically links to all those tools on that website. It's just for you guys' information. I don't get paid anything for that, so that's just free for you guys to use here. I'll leave that open for a second. All right, then once again, just to reiterate, we do offer a 2-week free trial as well. So if anybody's interested in signing up, you can just talk to me after this here. I have one of the clients here as well. If you guys want to get another virtual assistant on, we're going to also give you a 2-week free trial right now for that extra virtual assistant. Thank you. That's it for my part. Dr. Jerry will be coming on here, and he'll actually go over how that clinic utilizes some of the virtual assistants, so that you some ideas that maybe you can take home and implement with your virtual assistants as well.
Thank you. Okay, we're reaching the end of the day here. I really want to thank Katrina. Can we all give Katrina a big hand? I wouldn't be here if it weren't for her. I think we started 3 years ago, and I wanted to start this off just by saying we're here in it together. I want to pay it for it as well, so I'm always open to all of you guys. I've learned from Dr. Kirk, she's been generous, Dr. Kadia, Dr. Long as well. And so, again, I think we're all here to really change healthcare. We're tired of sick care, and we're really here for proactive care. And so, we want to just help each other be more efficient, be happier, be able to just change lives. And so that's where I wanted to start this off with. I'm just going to be a little bit more, show just some examples of how actually we're using gaze in our clinic. How we got started with this about 4 years ago. This was during COVID when we had our clinic, and we just found that it was very hard to staff our clinics. Very, very hard and hard turnover. No one really wanted to work. And so we found really virtual assistants to be a huge benefit. In California, starting in April, we're going to have to pay our MAs $25 an hour minimum. And so that's really a way to be able to offset that and really still get really hardworking people is virtual assistants in that way. So first thing is that striving as providers, we really want to maximize our time. I only want to see patients half a day a week, half a day during the day, and the other half a day I need to do my admin stuff, I want to go play golf, I want to be out in the office. So how do I just see more patients? I see about 15 patients in a half day and see 20-minute follow-ups with doing integrative and functional medicine. So it's very hard, but that's where my scribes come in. So I do dedicated virtuals, like what Justin had said. So they're going in, they're already asking what questions the patients have. They're verifying their supplements, medications, and they're really asking all HPIs. I already trained them. Okay, they're asking about UTI. So before I go into the visit, they're already asking when did the symptoms start? When, what symptoms are they rating it? So I already have everything there. So I'm going in, I'm answering their questions, and just spend time handling them for that. We also do know for scribes as well, for the ECW, it's very hard to get templates from before, our assessment and plans. So every patient tomorrow, the scribes are already going in and they're copying the assessment and plan. So moving that forward so that makes it easier for me, so I already know what I did last time. So this saves me a lot of time as well. For those of us who do specialized testing, so let me move this over here. Like Genova, there's so much data, right? And so I don't want to necessarily write that all myself in. So I actually have a scribe put in all of these are from the Genova metabolomics results. And so I could just easily, I have a copy of this and put it into my treatment notes. And so I know that it's there. So this is one way that they can do it instead of me typing out everything, all vitamin deficiencies, everything like that. They're doing this for me. So even for lab results, if I needed to put CDC, CMP, anything that's abnormal, they do this for me beforehand. So this really saves me time. Those of us in ECW, it's even worth to just put in medications, right? So I have them even just put in a prescription for me first. They're not sending it until they send it over to me in chat. And then I just say, hey, that's okay to send, and then they're sending it to the pharmacy. I know it doesn't seem like it's a lot, but if you continue this build up time, this takes me probably 1-2 minutes to do myself, and that builds up for my time. So ultimately getting an scribe to do that helps a lot as well. They also ask the patient before, do I need any medication refill? So they're already putting that in, and so it's very easy to set. And then they can send supplements as well, the full script or in a health supplement portal. So whatever you think that the virtual assistant and the scribe can do virtually, just let them do it. In fact, this PowerPoint was made by my scribe as well, so I just had to proofread it. Other things, some of you guys are already doing, uploading documents, so they log on to Genova for me, download all my results, upload it to the patient's documents. They can download it into Dr. Stewart's portal, download it, so we can upload it into the EMR, and so we have everything already in there for them. Faxes, when we send referrals, if I needed to send to a cardiologist, so I tell them, hey, please put this EKG in with my notes, so then they actually combine the medical record for me, and then they send it over to the cardiologist's office. So I don't have an MA really faxing out my referrals. The VA can take care of that. Review labs. Now, I only trained my scribes have been with me for about 4 years to do this, because we all get our L jelly beans, 500, 1,000 of these CBC CMPs that are normal. So I actually give them specific markers. So if hemoglobin is less than 9, you need to alert me, right? If creatinine is more than 1.5, if you have severe issues, then they're actually alerting me, but they're also helping me with the labs as a first line triage that way. IV notes, this is something that I found that's really improved my nurses, my mid-level efficiency as well. I hold my nurses to a higher standard in terms of volume. We're doing about 20 to 25 of these. And so what they do is they send over to our scribe the start time, the stop time, the location that they're putting in the IV, so left AC, and then they know they're actually calculating, they have a calculator that says, okay, this push is 1 minute, so the start time is this, the stop time is this, the next push, start time, stop time. So my nurses are putting all of those times in, then I'm writing it, they're reviewing the note, and then they're checking off on it. So this really saves time as well. So we all have our templates, so again, the scribe is the one that's actually putting the times, the names, the locations in there. I've also trained them on diagnosis codes that need to be on there, so they actually look at the referral to see what it is in there. They see if chronic fatigue is on the problem list, they can bring that in. Right? They see fibromyalgia, they bring it in. So they have protocols built in to be able to do IV notes. Remote patient monitoring, I have a scribing nurse who does that as well. I have one dedicated full-time. So they're calling patients, they're checking the blood pressure, monitors, getting the values as well for that. If none of you guys are doing RPM, that's something that I think everyone should be doing. I think we do maybe 60. I don't really build it up too much as well, and you get reimbursed about $150 to $200, right, Katrina? A month, and that's one VA per patient. I mean, per patient, $200 per month, and we have one VA, we can do about 60 to 100 patients. So that's something to work on. So this is actually something like our RPM. So I have my scribe pull this up. So if those who don't know remote patient monitoring, so I know how many patients have done the blood pressure for that month, how many have it. So I just brought this as an example that they're actually working on this spreadsheet. Justin talked a little bit about insurance again. So for me as a provider, it's very important to know what I can order,
what I can tell a patient is responsible for. So especially for us doing lead physicals, that's that EP right there, because I do them year to year. So every time I can know whether, okay, this patient still has not done it, it's been over a year, so that's why I'm gonna recommend that. Right, this one, insurance coverage, no deductible, insurance is gonna be 80%, so I know I can definitely recommend these for this patient. And it makes it easier for providers to definitely explain that as well. So it comes up as a billing alert for me, so again, every patient that we know, it pops up for us. This is one part I think Katrina said that we do pretty well in, which is really patient collections. Our patient receivables are robust. We have a department where they actually are telling us each visit how much to collect. So I think it's very hard when we start out and we don't collect co-insurances, deductibles, and things like that. So we're very good at actually collecting it. So I have an insurance VA actually go through all of tomorrow's appointments, all 120 appointments, and we know how much to collect for each appointment. We've checked, and they have a deductible that's remaining. Like this patient, we know he has a co-insurance for his IV, $5, it all adds up. So instead of actually only collecting their copay for $35, I'm actually collecting $71 because we know from each visit how much they are. So we also have set up when we have sent the statements, and we know that the patients are aware when they're coming in. So we have protocols in place to make sure that patients are aware. So this is very, very important, very, very important, especially for doing IVs and things like that. I do have some administrative VAs, and so this is where it really helps me with my documentation. So this is my leads executive physical that we do. So I used to have names actually put it in, but it was taking too much time. So actually the allergy test, all of these, the normal EKGs, all of these results are actually put in by my virtual assistant. So the virtual assistant is putting in the values, they're actually uploading it to the patient's documents as well. So my focus was when I have an MA in the clinic, I want them to 100% focus on the patient and provide great customer service, be very, very friendly, all of this. You would think that if I'm having virtual assistants that my patients will complain, but surprisingly, they all really love it. My Google ratings are still over 300, 5 stars. That was over like 4.4, I think, and it's a lot as well. So ultimately, it's about making the MAs in your clinic more efficient, more friendly, to be able to just provide a good experience for the patient. This is the other results as well. So spirometry was normal, they're putting the balance test, all of that. So if you have an MA doing that, and if they get busy, you can have that off. They've run statistics for me, they've opened tickets with PCW, things like that. We do know for customer service again, they answer calls. If I have patients who have issues with their consent, I have them text message, they call, get the consents, so we make sure that they're calling to fill out their questionnaire, their consents there. We all have issues with patients getting their labs done, so I have them actually text them 2 weeks before their appointments, they make sure you go to Quest, give them links, so these are manual texts that are going out. Making appointments again really important. We see about 40 new patients a week, so we really don't want any of those new patients to go to voicemail. So for our new patients, I'm very strict with them. We have a 95% answer rate. Patient needs coming in, because we want to make sure that we're able to get them in for our appointment. And lastly, miscellaneous tasks. This would have taken me probably 30, 40 minutes. I was researching pellets. I asked Dr. Kirk about it. I asked my VA. She just created a spreadsheet for me to see what training program would be better, things like that. I had a windshield that was broken. Instead of me calling around, I had them call around. $800, $400, $449, $725. My time is worth a lot more than I need. I'm experimenting with some codes. So I had her, she emailed me, hey, these bills have been paid by insurance. So I'm hey, I know that works for us here. She pulls up ERAs, EOBs for me.
again, so more experimenting, just anything that you can do to really just improve our efficiency, that's gonna be the best there. And that's it. Thank you, everyone. Any questions?
Any questions?
Are they automatically like full-time? Like, are you hiring for jobs, or do you have a full-time job, or?
They're full-time.
Full-time?
They don't have to be full-time. We have a minimum of 20 hours. But we recommend 32 hours and up, because they are looking for full-time to, support their family and, and work. So, cool. Thanks.
How much time do you have to spend up to speed?
So the question was, how long does it take to train them? Really depends on the tasks at hand. We have our own training program that we put them through first, and we only have 50% pass rate in our training program, so they have to pass our training program first before we send them out to you guys. And then we offer a 2-week free trial, so usually within the 2 weeks, you can have them pretty much trained up on whatever tasks you need them to have. Scribing does take a little bit longer, just because there's a lot more nuances with that, so maybe like a month or 2 months, for scribing. That's always an ongoing process. So.
I have a question, Jess. You said you were able to go back 3 years for unpaid claims. My understanding was insurance company would go as per that is from 3 days. How did you guys make that happen?
Hey, not me. We were shocked.
No, you can go back as far as you want to, you can't file an appeal again. But if it's something that was unpaid, then you go back and call and ask them what it was for the phone calls. You just can't file an appeal again. After a year for Medicare and a year for Blue Cross, but for just calling and checking on what was appealed, because they were already appealed, this is just a follow-up phone call after the appeal. So I'll talk to you more about it too. Any more questions? Okay, thank you guys. Thank you guys very, very much. Very nice. And I will tell you, with my experience with the VAs, they are they're very educated VAs. These people are, sometimes they're nurses and above that can't find work in the Philippines. And we've had really a lot of really good luck with them. And if you don't like one, also we did talk about that. We have had to switch some of them out sometimes. Sometimes they just don't work for what you need. And Justin is extremely helpful at pulling it and giving you another one, pulling it, giving you another one, and until you try to get into a rhythm with the one that's working best. There are some learning curves, but be patient with them and they'll catch on. They are very eager to work. That's what I love. This population they're so happy to have a job, and I've got that done. What do you need to do now? Which is nice. Okay, we've got a couple of changes for tomorrow. We've got some really good speakers tomorrow, some good topics. There is a couple of changes. We're going to be talking about insulin pumps and diabetics. We're going to spend a lot of time on diabetics, talk about depression, what's good with depression. The Wabi guys are going to be here to talk about the brain scans and how to interpret the reports. We're going to talk a lot tomorrow about regen. A lot of you asked me about stem cell and regen, and so I've got some really good speakers to talk about that. We are going to have Lance is speaking tomorrow. He's got a pain device that he's going to present tomorrow morning. And so we'll talk about marketing, and we're gonna have a great full packed day tomorrow, and I'm excited about that. Before we dismiss for the day, is there anything that anybody wants to comment on or ask a question on? Anything at all? We're 20 minutes early. Anybody? Yes, Jennifer.
I'm just curious for the nursing breakout tomorrow or the opposite. What are the topics that are being covered?
Okay, oh, great question, and I forgot, and Jan's not on there. So these breakouts, let's talk about that for a second. Dr. Lundquist is, his office administrator should be here anytime, her flight was delayed. She's gonna be here. How many administrators do I have in the office? Some administrators, right, you guys? So there's a few, so you guys will all break out, because, some of these topics in the morning will not interest you guys. At 9:15 after breakfast, you guys will go with Claudia and we'll go upstairs in this room and shut the door, and then you guys can have time, all the office administrators. How many nurses do I have? Okay, so we'll do a breakout session with the nurses. You guys can meet at that same time. We've got another room that the nurses could go as well. And then right after lunch, we'll have Jan and those that are going to talk about billing and specific billing questions. We'll meet with Jan when we're talking about region. I figured the billers are not really that interested in regenerative medicine and knee injections. So we'll do Jan right after lunch. So breakout sessions will be in the morning, after breakfast, for office administrators and nurses, and then right after lunch, we'll do a breakout with Jan on coding. Sound good? What am I missing? Anything that we want to make sure that we cover? Raise your hand. Those of you that weren't here this morning, we went around the room, introduced ourselves, and then we talked about what specifically we wanted to gain out of this weekend. So you guys that are new, that didn't get to say, I would like to hear from you. What specifically, because I want to make sure that when we leave on Sunday, you don't say, well, I really didn't get what I needed. So do you have something specific, or are you here for just all of the above?
Well, but I think we want to get the billing, like we're kind of honing in on it now, and we're doing pretty well. It's just those little nuances that come up with J codes and things like that, just getting some of those questions answered.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that'll be a good afternoon, Jan. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody else thought of something that you want to make sure we can talk, we cover, because I'll bring in a speaker. No? Okay, good. Everybody have a wonderful evening. Go relax. You've got about an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes till dinner. Yes. Oh. So at dinner, we'll be over at the villa. So at 6 o'clock, or if y'all want to just come and visit, we will just be hanging out, doing this. But we'll go over there to the other place. I think it's easier. Okay? Everybody have a good evening. Let me know if I need anything.
I want her to get this. Thank you, really.